in all the partner countries and the regions involved. So now I wish that you will have a very productive final conference. And in any case, we keep in touch in the future. So thank you very much and mucha suerte. Un saludo.
Thank you very much. So I want to give the floor to our dean, the dean of the Faculty of Enology, Manuel Suarez. Please, Manuel, when you are ready.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Miguel. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to Tarragona, to our university, to the final event of the Vita Global project. As Eva said, I think that this is a clear example of how important it is to collaborate, to networking, to integrate different points of view, different procedures from universities, institutions, and different centers in order to advance in a field, in this case, in enology and in agriculture aspects. I think that this project, we are very proud to be part of the Vita Global, and we would like to thank all the participants of this consortium for the work done during these years. And I think that the objective that we planned at the beginning to advance in curricula, teaching and learning has been covered, and we have sorted out to advance in this field. And I think that all the work done will allow us to continue and to plan new projects, new ideas to continue advancing in this field. I hope that all of you enjoy your stay here in Tarragona, all the activities that we have planned during these days. We have today and tomorrow and the following different activities planned. And I think that during these days also it will be the origin of new collaborations for the near future. So again, thank you to all the participants and hope to continue collaborating in the future.
So, sorry, it's a pleasure for me to give the floor to our colleague, Nicolas.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. Merci. Buen día, good morning, everybody. Bonjour. Buen día, Catalan friends and Portuguese friends. My Georgian is very rusty, I can say that. And my Afrikaans as well, not to talk about my soul, that's a Texas. So I hope I cover more or less on the languages of the group. For us, it's a real pleasure to be here. It has been a real pleasure to work with the Universidad Rovira in Chile. For Rovira Global, this has been a very strategic project. It's the only project that we run, or the first project we run, focusing on South-South, South-North cooperation. This is part of our, let's say, DNA. It's part of the DNA of our association. And it was a project, I remember when we first discussed it with Jean-Michel, that brought together different aspects. And I think it was successful in doing so. So it was a project on wine and learning and curricular development, but was also a project about skilling, and was also a project about local development, but mainly it has been a project to bridge regions. And in these bridging regions, also aim at bridging academia and industry. Today, we have the luck of counting not only with academic experts on the field, but also with representatives from different industries of different countries. We have industry representatives from Argentina, we have industry representatives from South Africa, we might have industry representatives from Georgia. So I think it would be a very nice 2 days, but all the good things of the project is responsibility of these two gentlemen and of these institutions and of my colleague Elizabeth, who has the real engine behind the Vita Global, in particular during the pandemic. While to be honest with you, I was saying, Elizabeth, relax, we cannot do much. No, we need to keep with the training, etc. We can do it online. But she pushed So it is all thanks to her and to Jean Michel and to the institution that allow us to make this experiment that we wish to extend in the time, in a different form, with a different angle, but I am sure Vita Global Community doesn't end here, rather Vita Global Community starts here. So, gracias de nuevo a todo el mundo y bueno, ahora supongo que habrá que empezar a trabajar.
Okay, thank you. We start with a presentation with
Elisa.
So,
So now the people that really work, not
I will take my.
Share the presentation in Zoom. Hay que compartirlo en Zoom.
Sí, tú sabes hacerlo.
Ah,
Tú no soy
en
bueno,
el desktop.
pero esto es.
Remember also that you are live on YouTube.
The screen. Okay.
Share.
Share. Bueno,
Y ahora minimizamos
claro.
esto.
Es este.
A ver. Vamos a minimizar. ¿Está? ¿Es este de aquí?
Sí,
¿Este o el white? Este.
ahí está.
Forma de presentación provocada. Presentación. ¿Cómo es esto? Visualiza.
Por pantalla completa, ¿no?
No.
Ahí está. Ok.
Y ahora esto para sacar esto.
Good. Good. Okay. Bueno, empezamos.
Te oyen desde ahí.
Okay. Wait, I need to hold this. Or... Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good day. It's very emotional for me to see everybody here together. We had quite a number of challenges, I think, as did many projects over the course of the pandemic. We had to squeeze a lot of activities into this year, as you know, which I think went beautifully in the end. I know that we were challenged to travel not just by the pandemic, but also subsequently by the cost of fuel and the cost of travel. But I think we've managed now to arrive at this point very successfully with an incredible experience under our belts. And as my colleague Nico said, it's in many ways just a beginning. What we're going to do this morning is we're going to take you through a little tour of the project, going back to the origins, going back to the very beginning. João Miquel is going to comment on some of the spin-off and some of the important results that have developed that were potentially not expected, which I think is very important. We were discussing last night over dinner how sometimes these projects take new life and new form, and you can't implement a project exactly to the word as it's written in an application, but it also shouldn't be that way. And I think this project is an excellent example in a very good sense. We've had to adapt. We've been very creative with the project. We've adjusted to accommodate different institutions, different needs, in addition, of course, to a situation of pandemic. And I think in the end, we have a really interesting living result, which will continue to evolve and shape and live beyond the formal closure of the project. If you remember when we started this project, there were a lot of contextual elements that were important, which were the motivation for writing it. And I think those contextual elements have become even more relevant now, post, during pandemic, etc. And those contextual elements have to do with both the wine sector itself, which this project has focused on, but also more generally with the higher education sector and the whole environment regarding teaching and learning and the relevance of innovation in teaching and learning, which this project has also largely tackled. We were very interested in the beginning about emerging and diversifying wine producing regions, their relevance for economic and social and local development, how climate change is impacting this. I think that's a topic that's been recurrent throughout the academic exploration in this particular project and also in our work with industry. We were very interested in the learning curve between the quote unquote new world and old world, and the potential to generate experience and expertise and enrich study programs through bringing new world and old world actors and regions together, the potential for knowledge transfer in this respect, and the fact that we really believe that the wine sector was a growing motor for local development in a lot of your regions. And I think that's been seen very clearly. On the higher education side, coming from an organization that, as Nico said, is very committed to South-South-North higher education cooperation and development and bridges, this project was a unique opportunity, and it was our only and is our only project that is a multi-regional project bringing together very diverse regions and actors in the framework of an Erasmus, of the European Commission program, that has allowed us to really explore and further this element of South-South-North. We believe that when it comes to the wine sector, the role of the university is essential, and I think the project has allowed us to explore not just the role of the university potentially in research, which is more of an obvious, perhaps obvious element, research and development, but also in teaching and learning and professional development. And I think that's an angle that several of you have identified as strategic going forward. What is the role of our institution in continuous professional development and training at different levels as well? I think the rapid evolution in virtual learning and online opportunities has really helped to close the potential physical gap or barrier that we might have had before in our collaboration. The virtual was always there, but as you know now, the virtual is ever present. It's integrated into our work, and I think it's made these South-South-North cooperations much more feasible in a lot of ways. It wasn't fun sitting in the Zoom during the pandemic, I know that, and the trainings weren't as dynamic, but somehow we could keep a little bit of momentum, and I think that was important. So that was the context. Erasmus Plus, and it was interesting because I was reading through again the objectives of the program, particularly for the capacity building projects in higher education the other night. And I really think this project ticked all of the boxes, contributing to modernization of higher education, improving level of competencies and skills of higher education institutions by introducing them to new and innovative teaching approaches, supporting internationalization of the higher education sector, improving the quality and relevance of higher education, supporting university industry relationships. I mean, I think this project has sort of ticked all the boxes, and I don't say that just because Eva's with that. I really do with us. I really do believe it. You know now very well our consortium, and I think it's a consortium that's grown into a family in a lot of ways. And this consortium was comprised of some actors that worked together previously in a very intensive way. We have to take, of course, the example of our colleagues in Rovira and Brasili and the work that they've done with Bordeaux previously, with Porto, the development of a joint master on wine tourism innovation, which was a very successful precedent. But then, of course, new actors that we introduced. And here I have, a couple of lovely pictures of the Talavi region in Georgia, of Jujuy in the very north of Argentina. And I think for us, it was important to build upon existing partnerships that worked and were successful, but also introduce new institutions and actors into that dynamic. At this stage, by heart. I think what's interesting is that you look back on how we framed the objectives of this project back in the time. There are some keywords that resonate: local development, strategic economic importance of the viticultural sector. I think somehow the way we framed it doesn't fully capture, because when you look at the modules that we developed, they're actually very transdisciplinary. And when you look at the academics we have in the project, in some ways they're quite transdisciplinary. I mean, we've had modules that have looked more on the economic and legal side, wine marketing, for example, wine tourism. We have modules that have looked really at the chemistry side. We have modules that have explored in particular elements related to viticulture and sustainability. So really a cross section. We have economists, we have plant scientists, we have viticulturists. So I think it's in some ways, for a sectorally focused project, we actually have had some interesting multidisciplinary micro approaches in there, which somehow isn't really captured in these objectives when we first wrote them. There's another thing that you'll notice if you read the specific objectives, and that is that the word module is not mentioned once. So thank you, Nicholas Patrici, for introducing us to the wonderful world of modules. This is something that it is in the application, don't you worry. But when we first drafted this project, we had in mind that the outcome after the project might be a joint program. And then when we started exploring the concept of modules and how we could use that to break down the curriculum a bit and build new curricula, we said, this can go a lot farther. And this project can make a very interesting statement about the importance of modularization and flexibilizing the curricula, the importance it has potentially to internationalizing the curricula. And so we took on a much bigger sort of public policy theme, which I think has rendered this project even more relevant. Joint degrees are of course relevant, but I think we have, at least in Europe, over a decade of building joint degrees, and now we're challenged to go a little bit farther in how we think about internationalizing programs. And so this project and our focus on modules has been a way to experiment with that, albeit sometimes difficult, we know. Taking you back to the very beginning, how did we do this project? So what was the methodology? So if you recall, we met in Mendoza in, I believe it was February of 2019. We started the journey there. I think it evolved and took shape. We met again in Porto, that's that spring, the European spring, where we looked at the outcomes of a self-assessment that you did, a survey, where you were asked to pick priority areas that were for you a need in your academic programs related to wine, enology, viticulture, etc. So what did your institution need or want to develop further? And what were the strengths of your institution? So where did you excel? What could you bring to the table when we eventually developed modules? The result of that was a diagnosis, which I will actually show you in a moment, where we then were able to say, okay, let's focus on these 6 areas. We narrowed it down to 6 modules. We had extensive discussion on what a module was, if you recall, which continued. But we did agree into 6 thematic areas, and we agreed to coordination, and we agreed to which institutions would be principally interested in supporting those modules and implementing those modules. And we started the work. Then we were basically at the beginning of 2019 entering what was to be the capacity building phase for teaching staff in the project, where we had foreseen a series of workshops. And if you recall, we had already discussed the first workshop in Montevideo with our colleagues in the Grupo Montevideo and the UDLAR, which was going to look at university strategies for local development. Then hit COVID. I still remember having a phone call with the colleagues from Uruguay and saying, well, the workshop's not until June. Probably we can still make it. It should be fine. And sure enough, no, we could not. So, but we adapted, and we had a couple online meetings, online training events, one that the Georgians hosted, one that the Uruguayan and the South American colleagues hosted online with some interesting content. You continued working in your modules at different paces. And we saw in each module group a very different dynamic evolve. And I think that was an interesting exercise in itself. In the meantime, we had a plan to have what were called local economic sector roundtables, which were really supposed to be your institutions in your regions, inviting the important industry players and having a key discussion around their needs in skilling, in research, et cetera, and how the project could help serve those needs. This happened in different ways. It also happened in the course of the past year when we continued the physical activities. And I think that was important in articulating the academic work we were doing with some of the industry needs that were emerging. And here we are now at the end of the project. We've managed now to catch up a bit with physical activities. So this year we had, instead of having just training events like we originally planned, we decided to have Vita Global Week in 3 regions. And so we went to Argentina again in March of this year. We went to South Africa, to CPUT and Stellenbosch in the Western Cape in July. A small but strong delegation of you went to Georgia in the end of September. And here we are now in Tarragona. And we used those weeks to have an immersive experience, to get to know in much more depth the wine sector in those countries, to meet with industry partners in a much more intensive way, and to further the work and advance the work you had done in the modules and in the implementation of the modules subsequently. In the meantime, we worked busily in the background on the white paper, which is something we'll discuss now in the next session this morning, and we're very happy to have Monica with us, who's been working very hard over the past months, conducting focus groups and making what I think is a very valuable academic and policy contribution to this project. So that's been the journey. I would like to remind you that along this journey, it has been very important, the different types of actors in the project. So the academic actors are fundamental, but we have been accompanied by those specializing in international relations and international cooperation from your respective institutions throughout. And that to us, that duality was always essential, so that the project didn't just stay in one department and it didn't maybe just stay with one academic, but that it had a broader institutional relevance, and that the international relations officers could also contribute to the thinking about modularization and internationalization of study programs and internationals teaching. And they helped us sometimes with articulation with industry, and they helped us with the white paper. So I think it was important to bring the 2 perspectives in, and to have active contributions from both sides of the institution. This was what we found when we did our self-assessment. And if you look back at it, this was related to needs. And if you look back at it, we had a very strong need and interest in wine tourism innovation. That came out the strongest, but also economic sustainability and wine marketing. So that cluster, which of course we then took up in the modules. Then science and technology of sparkling wines, hence module 6. Interestingly, distillates and fortified wines came up strong, and I think our colleagues from Porto had put that on the table, but then we ended up losing that. New tendencies in yeast microbiology and wine cellar design then came up. Sustainability and viticultural treatments, followed by viticultural strategies in the frame of climate change, chemistry, wine stability, etc. So this is just interesting, I think, to re-explore how we came to the modules that we came to ultimately. And here they are, grouped into viticulture, wine technology, and wine economy, and the respective coordinators. I think what was interesting here was that we had Cujo step up and coordinate the wine marketing and economic sustainability module. So we were very happy to have some leadership also coming from the partner country institutions. And I mean, this is in the white paper. We've done a table that was based on a survey we did of you, which we will need to update again for the final report. But the idea was to look at, who was involved in which module and how you implemented it, how you piloted it. And this looked very different in different institutions. And the plans changed. There were some institutions that wanted to create a whole new program, and for a number of reasons related to leadership changes, structural changes, accreditation processes, they couldn't do it yet. Other institutions developed a whole new program without, that being in their initial planning. In some instances, the module was integrated into an undergraduate program. I think that was the case with Talca and sensory analysis. In other cases, it was part of an elective course at the doctoral level, which was the case with our colleagues in UDLAR. So you see how the module could be very versatile and adapted to very different needs and contexts. And this table sort of summarizes that. Okay, so to close my bit and then to hand it over to João Miquel, what made the project unique? And if I had to select three things, it would be these. The first was the unique perspective it offered on modularization and its relevance for international academic cooperation. The second is, well, this is still related to the first, white paper forthcoming. We'll be seeing this now in the next presentation. The second is that we offered a unique South-South-North response to the evolving needs of the sector, stemming from academic cooperation. And the third is that the project at least aspired to reinforce university industry partnerships for local development with a strong international multi-regional perspective. And I think that perspective is what we thought would be much more enriching to the industry colleagues that were involved. So that's it. I think I leave the floor now to João Miquel to talk a little bit about spin-offs and.
No, yeah. My idea here is I want to repeat is go also to the first. I think to the first meeting we did in Cuyo. I show you something that I have already explained yesterday, but I will repeat because some of you were not here yesterday. But for me, the most important output of this project is, well, sure, the network created. So we are friends, you can say. But also from the point of view of philosophy, I think that we have had success in something that I felt the first day, that was the virtuous circle. You heard from me this several times, I think. So, but I think that now it's the time to say that we have success in that. So finally, we have already some people, I won't say names because that has been follow up training sessions with trainers. So and some people who has done this training wants to do the PhD with the professor who has trained him or her. I don't say. So for me, this is an output that for me is lovely. So it is what the final thing we expected, and it has happened. So it's just that. So it's the world only will go further if we share knowledge, and that's what we reach with this project. And for me, I just want to say these words. We are explaining the history here for years. This is one point. And another question is, I want to say thanks to the pandemic, because the pandemic has helped us to also to go with the online session, with the online meeting. That is an example today, but every day I think we have examples of that. And thanks to the pandemic, I think we have more success than we expected. So this sense, I think everybody is agreeing with that. But yeah, so this is just my few words. Thank you, thank you to be so good people who are receiving models and people who are teaching models. So thank you very much as we approach our work together. That's it.
We actually, at this point in the program, wanted to show one or two of the videos that were produced. I don't know if I have to share that in Zoom, probably, right?
At this moment, I don't have the video.
I mean, they're on the website, so I can load them.
Hi, Elizabeth, I have module 3 and module
Oh, I
4
have them.
ready.
Perfect.
Eloy, you will manage it.
I can share 2 videos, module 3 and module 4.
Perfect, okay.
Okay.
We thought we would share 2 videos and keep them also send it to you. I don't know whether it's uploaded or not. I think it's not uploaded yet. I know that.
Yeah,
The Georgian College
that's the
still-
one missing. That's the one that you should share it from there. But let me start sharing first the module 3 video.
Okay, many thanks to the colleagues who put time and effort into developing the videos. We actually are looking forward now to filming a final video, which we have a camera filmographer coming, I think tomorrow. Oh, he's here already. Fantastic. Sorry. Yeah, obviously. Hello, welcome. So we'll be grabbing you, to do short interviews. So just be alert. And our idea was to put together a sort of a final video from this final event as well. And we have some interview questions, very short interview questions for you. Okay, Eloy, whenever you're ready.
Sorry.
The project, Vita Global, brings together universities from diverse regions in Latin America, in South Africa, in Georgia, in Europa, with the aim to develop joint study programs in viticulture and enology, which are disciplines of interest for all these institutions. More specifically, in the frame of the module Sustainability in Viticulture, we will address questions related to the adaptation of grape wine to changing environments, as well as precision viticulture and irrigation in vineyards, which are critical issues in the context of changing climates. Therefore, understanding the metabolic, physiological and molecular basis of grape wine responses to these stresses is now becoming a critical issue. In Module 3, we will present general aspects of grape wine plant development and physiology, from the microscopic description of plant organs, including fruits, to the in-depth analysis of their metabolism and the molecular features using a combination of classical and cutting-edge technologies. Finally, we will address the question of water use and management. This is a critical issue for many vineyards worldwide. An important aspect of the project is to favor the mobility of students and professors in order to favor the implementation of study programs.
The Vita Global project offers a unique opportunity for collaboration between wine universities around the world. Not only does it offer respective different modules, but it will also allow collaboration between scientists and also on a teaching and learning level. Module 3 will be implemented in our postgraduate module offering, where students as a short course, and furthermore this module will also be offered to the industry professionals, where industry can sharpen up and get a deeper understanding of climatic and viticultural aspects. Due to the lack of these resources like water, soil and climate change, it is very important that this project be executed within these universities.
The challenges faced by the South African wine industry are very similar to those in the rest of the world. Grape wines will have to be produced under elevated CO2 atmospheric levels, as well as mainly warmer and mostly drier conditions. Climate variability is also expected to increase, and therefore the resilience of the vineyards against these adverse and ever-changing conditions must be improved. it will become more important for producers to access and interpret available climatic, environmental and technical data in order to be able to make informed decisions about how to adapt their current long and short-term cultivation practices to ensure sustainable wine grape production. Dedicated research and technology transfer will play important roles in helping to establish this. At CPUT, the module content of the Viticulture Module 3 will be incorporated into the postgraduate diploma in agriculture, which will be offered from 2023.
The University of the Republic of Uruguay, UDELAR, has determined that in our country, climatic conditions during the vine cycle has changed due to the climate change. Higher temperatures and the change in the distribution and amount of the rainfall have prompted to study the crop adaptation to this new condition. Indeed, knowledge of how environmental factors impact the physiology of the vine and the grapes and wine composition is essential for the application of a good viticultural practice. In this context, the course developed in the Module 3, Sustainability in Viticulture, are intended to contribute to the training and update the students, producers, technicians and professionals in the sector. The courses developed will be taught through the postgraduate program of the University of the Republic, Student and Professional in Agricultural Science. These courses also promote the exchange of postgraduate students from our university with other regional and international universities.
The structural changes that society is demanding on agricultural systems generate a focus on the practices, technologies and actions necessary for the sustainability of the agroecosystem. The wine production sector is no stranger to these demands and must manage its practices to maintain a tradition in the 21st century. The University of Cuyo, and more precisely the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, intend to focus their actions and professional training on the search for sustainable systems through the generation of high-performance actors who can face the challenges posed by a new agriculture. The module Sustainability in Viticulture will be part of the curricula of the Master Degree in Viticulture and Enology, and it will be offered as an elective course in the different PhD programs that the university offers. The National University of Chilecito is located in one of the most important viticulture areas of the Argentine Northwest region. Climate change projections predict that the greatest increases in temperature and frequency of heat waves will occur in this region. Chilecito's viticulture could also face another complex problem in the future: depletion of the aquifer. Module 3 of the Vita Global project, Sustainability in Viticulture, will be taught as a postgraduate course for professionals in the field of enology and agricultural sciences.
The interactive platform developed by this Vita Global project has opened up many opportunities for interinstitutional teaching and learning collaboration and helping to ensure that the programs we offer are of global significance and relevance and of course of high academic quality.
Good job, Module 3. Very nice. And I know they had a good time filming it too, from what I understood.
It was a challenge. It was very challenging. It was favorite in our faculty in Cuyo. We were together there and we did that shoot, but it took us like 4 hours in the vineyards, and we had to cut many times, but it was fun.
Well done, lovely. Do we, Eloy, if you're with us, is the module 2 ready?
Yeah. Just give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Okay.
As module 4.
Module 4 of the Vita Global project is about economic sustainability and wine marketing. By taking this course, students will be able to relate the social, environmental, and economic principles of sustainability with the growing wine market opportunities. The project seeks to train trainers and students who can promote a responsible and integral approach to wine production and foster marketing strategies based on these new sustainability principles. The topic was chosen due to the great challenges faced by the viticulture industry around the world and the need to integrate these perspectives in the new dynamic wine regions with great conditions for quality production, but still a need to enhance international marketing strategy to enter global markets. There is great expertise in these fields in the European Union and other experienced viticulture regions in the world. The course and the Vita Global project as a whole is a platform for mutual learning among these regions, emphasizing the need to protect the environment, promote socially responsible companies, and foster economic growth in new wine regions around the world.
This module was designed by my university, the University of Cuyo, combining economic insight thought by prestigious scholars and the contributions of international famous experts with great experience in the field. Many of these experts belong of many generations of winemakers from South Africa, France, Georgia, Chile, and other very important wine countries. From the beginning of the project, the module aimed to train trainers. This means to create capacity within universities in Argentina and Chile. So it builds a bridge for the wine industry, but it also ensures that this bridge remains operative once the initial period of piloting has ended.
Universities of Chilecito and Jujuy in Argentina and also University of Chile are currently piloting this module. An interesting aspect of this project is that each of these universities can implement this module in their curriculum following their own specific academic strategies. For example, the University of Chilecito is combining this module with other Vita Global modules to create a new master's program. The University of Jujuy will include this module in an existing master program. This flexibility allows partner institutions to use these collaborations to enhance their own academic and international strategies.
Vita Global was not an easy project. Vita Global was quite complex. It's a multi-regional and propose a rather new way of internationalization to partner university. But the main and most relevant objective is to use this international collaboration to promote local development. And when you see experts from Chilecito and Jujuy learning about the way winemakers manage the soil in South Africa or manage the canopy in France, you can tell that this project is really contributing to local development in those new wine regions, expanding their understanding of production and marketing and helping small producers win a share in highly competitive international market and in the domestic market too.
Mi valoración de un nivel de 1 a 10 es 10, la verdad que estuve muy contento con el seminario. Me gustaron mucho las temáticas, pero lo que más me llamó la atención y lo que más aprendí fueron las presentaciones de aquellos participantes que venían del mundo de las viñas, especialmente las experiencias internacionales. Creo que estoy muy interesado en seguirme formando en el área de las extensiones de los modelos de negocio, donde no solamente lo vean desde el punto de vista del marketing, sino que también desde la estrategia. Les agradezco, disfruté mucho compartiendo, conociéndolos, y espero que se repita este tipo de seminario. Un abrazo.
So, and I think, sorry, the module for module 2, video for module 2 is just, we're doing the final edits. Is that right, Eloy? And then we.
Yeah, it's already, final edit was done and we filmed it in Georgia, if you remember.
Correct.
Yeah, so we'll send it to Authority on the.
Perfect. Good, 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 good. So thank you to all the colleagues who worked on the videos. And I think it was really important for us to have a visual and to see your faces and to hear testimonials. And hopefully now we'll have yet another video after this event that will be a nice testament to the project.
Okay, now we're gonna have a break. We can take a coffee. The coffee is served on the 0th floor, so we are in the floor 1. It's downstairs. If you go, we will close the classroom. So don't worry about that.
Fantastic.
And yeah, we have an hour, I think.
An hour, 30 minutes. Okay. Sí, digamos, hay que conectar. Ahí está en el panel.
5 minutes,
Okay.
hopefully, because it's a little bit difficult to be shelter of these people. It's difficult to be shelter of this. 5 minutes,
Okay.
hopefully, because it's a little bit difficult to be shelter of these people. It's difficult to be shelter of this. 5 minutes,
Okay.
hopefully, because it's a little bit difficult to be shelter of these people. It's difficult to be shelter of this.
Notes say as well. But now I'll resend you the address and they would be better if they could already load it up there. Yeah, I prefer it to be, because she wasn't sure about the Wi-Fi.
Ahora la presentemos, ¿no?
Nico, we are not hearing you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you. You are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Luca. It's the main room. It's muted.
Good morning.
You have to unmute your Zoom account.
Ahora sí, ¿no? Eloy.
Sí, ahora sí.
Okay. What I was saying is that this session is divided in two panels. The first one will deal with one aspect of Vita Global, which is flexibilization of learning, internationalization of curricula. We'll deal with the tools and with the, let's say, theoretical aspects. And the second panel will be a panel where we will try to address some of the practical problems from our, let's say, theoretical exercise, and we will try to put together industry representatives and some academia representatives to see how this idea of flexibilization of learning, modularization, etc., can serve for a better understanding between academia and industry in tackling important issues. So my colleague Elizabeth and Monica Marquina, Elizabeth, you know her already, so I'm going to take the chance to introduce Monica. Monica is a senior researcher at the Argentine National Scientific Council. She's an expert in education. She has occupied several decision-making at the policy level positions in Argentina and South America on curricular development and education in general. She's also a full professor at the University of Buenos Aires and a very good friend of Vita. We have asked her to help us in putting together this paper, the Vita Global white paper. We have also asked her to take a look at the Vita Global project in itself. So thank you very much, gracias Monica, for the efforts of being here. And the white paper that they are going to present now has been also, or it is also a product of a very, let's say, big discussion between industry and academia. We didn't want to present or to end up with a white paper coming out from our brains or our minds, but coming out from a big discussion between the different sectors in all of the countries. So we have conducted focus groups and interviews everywhere with universities, industry representatives, and policymakers. So first thing first, Elizabeth and Monica will give us the general background, and then we will jump into a more practical discussion.
Okay. So this is the white paper is something that we have been discussing for a long time. Colleagues can recall, and why is it called a white paper? I actually am not really sure what the definition of white paper is, but the idea is to signify that it has a higher political aspiration. So we're sharing messages that aren't simply describing what we did in this project, but that are analyzing the relevance for university policy and for higher education policy as well. The paper is a combination of, I would say, academic literature and scanning academic literature, talking to practitioners in the academic sector in the different Vita Global countries, and also the experience of the project itself. So it's a fusion in a way of a project paper, an academic paper, a policy paper. We intend to use it very much as a basis to develop further policy arguments, particularly from the perspective of Overall Global. Here you see the purposes of the paper, and I would just say a few words on that before giving the microphone to Monica, who will explain you in depth what we've actually done here and what the observations and conclusions were. But basically, we designed this paper as a means to contribute to the discussion on and the good practices in making higher education training offers more flexible and more student-centered, primarily through the tool of modularization. modularization is not the only tool to render curricula more flexible, but it is a tool, and it's one that this project experimented with. We also were interested in establishing parameters to analyze the experience of modularization and comparatively, and look at that in different systems and relate it directly to the project we have. And finally, to assess how flexibilization and modularization of curricula can reinforce the internationalization of the curricula, which is a very important, prominent underlying theme here. So the relationship of this triangular schema, flexibilization, modularization, internationalization.
Good. Okay, so are you going to talk Vita Global? No.
Should I go? Well, okay, very quickly, I'll do this slide and then I'll hand to you. So just to remind you, but again, this we saw, I think, in the first presentation today, and it was said in the video, I listened very carefully. It is a complex project. Vita Global was a complex project, and it had high aspirations, and contributing to the debate on the flexibilization and internationalization of curricula, I think, was an important offshoot of what we did here. But the project was not designed to do only that. And so we have to, I think, be realistic what we could achieve in that respect. And if I go just ahead, because, sorry, here on this particular slide, I think it's important to remind you of our multiple objectives. So internationalization of academic partnerships in wine-related studies, one, and that in itself would have been a sufficient project. Flexibilization and internationalization of curricula, two. And finally, the role of universities in local development and the role of the wine sector, three. So we're combining a lot of different motives into the same project. So to really pull out of that, these conclusions regarding flexibilization, I think was a difficult task. You can skip ahead. Okay. We included in this slide examples of how the partners basically implemented the modules. This was shown in the first presentation. And then just to kind of reflect on that before talking about the more academic component of this paper. I think it's important to say that we found that the project was ambitious. So it went beyond looking just at more static approaches to international cooperation, and it really put on the table this question of modularization.
Please share the presentation also in Zoom.
Secondarily, the discussion around a module was, yeah.
Something with focus, because it's very hard to read what's on the wall.
Okay, I don't know if that's a question of the light or maybe we could turn off the light. Is that better? Okay, good. So again, the definition of what is modularization and what is a module was also difficult for this project.
Sorry, but on Zoom we are not seeing the presentation. You need to share screen.
Okay. Technical difficulties. Now?
Yeah, we are seeing it, but I think that the presentation mode is not working. Try to put another, the lecture mode or something like that. Otherwise, leave it without the presentation mode.
Sorry, I didn't understand, Eloy. What's the issue?
Now I think we are not seeing if you change your slide. I think you click on the presentation mode on the PowerPoint.
Is in the presentation.
Yeah, but
you say.
So don't put it in presentation mode.
Exactly.
But
let's try that.
But it's smaller for them.
Yeah. Can you, in the audience, can you see that well enough if we leave it in non-presentation mode?
Oh, otherwise, we can.
You see it, it's okay. All right, so we continue.
Okay.
You can hide also the camera on the left. So
yeah, we can hide the presentation panel. Okay, good. Okay, so so without further ado, I mean, I think the point of this slide was just to show you that we tackled an issue that was complex in a project that wasn't just about this issue. If we were really going to make a statement about flexibilization and modularization of teaching and learning, it probably would have been a different project that involved vice rectors of academics, for example, and that was not the case in this project. So we tackled this issue from the perspective of different departments and faculties whose primary vocation was not dealing with teaching and learning design. And so that made it more challenging, but I also think it helped us to realize the realities of most universities and most teachers who are trying to be competent in their fields and develop international partnerships in their fields, and at the same time take into consideration how they totally innovate the design of study programs is a tall task. So that in itself, I think, was a lesson. But I'll stop there and give it to Monica so we can get to the heart of the issue.
Okay. So this is, I don't know if you see, maybe, I don't know if we're able to make presentation more, because I don't know how many people is looking.
Está en streaming in.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because it's more. Okay, this is the structure of the document. It's a 40 pages document. So if you don't want to read it all, you have an executive summary at the beginning. The document is being laid out now at L'Oreal, so probably will be available in the next days. And the idea of the white paper, as Elizabeth said, is to make a research about the literature regarding modularization, internationalization, and flexibilization of curriculum. And after that, to get some information from you participants of Vita Global through 7 focus groups, where we found what are the limitations and the opportunities of the experience of changing the curriculum. So the paper has 6 parts, and I will try to go through the beginning. The idea is to show that now we are in a new complex context, because the context of higher education worldwide has changed, and much more after the pandemic. Not only the number of students, but also their profiles. We have different profiles of students. They are not only the young people coming from high school. We have migrants, adults, also traditional students, part-time students. And in addition, the labor market has changed with graduate unemployment increased, hitting mostly young people and women. So the pandemic has made the things worse. So this, we find that is an opportunity of change in higher education and to get more equity and employability. And in this context, it's important to focus on curriculum. So the challenges are in 3 levels. At the system level, there are coordination of different governance structures, accreditation bodies, financing, recognition, validation, accreditation, that makes the plans, the study plans, the curriculum more rigid and often embodied in governmental regulations. At the institutional level, institutions are trying to find innovative approaches in organizing study programs with more diverse teaching offers to respond to these varying needs, and trying to obtain more flexible learning pathways. That's the idea, that's our the purposes, but it's not so easy as we can see later. And at the teachers level, the challenge is how to focus more the teaching and learning more centered in the student and not in the teachers, with well-articulated higher education offers, and to think in a teaching that facilitate learnings and learners that have different sources of knowledge, as we know now. Now today, teachers is not only the unique source of knowledge. The young people get knowledge from different sources. So this means to change in the minds of the teachers mainly. So these are the challenges, and we took some definition from UNESCO and the European Commission regarding the flexible learning pathways that are part of the United Nations agenda for 2030. And they find that this is the way to develop well-articulated education systems, providing multiple points of entry, re-entry, and progression routes between institution, courses, educational levels, etc. Brings more flexibility and try to facilitate recognition of these different learning pathways. Also, the European Commission focused on flexible learning pathways that the way as a way to enable the previous educational achievements and facilitate the transfer more easily between institutions. So this is the context, and we choose to start the document from what is for us, or we think for all the project, the more important thing is how to organize the learning and focus on the student at the center of, as the protagonist of the processes of teaching and learning. So thinking about flexibilization of the curriculum cannot be done separately from an approach in relation to teaching and learning, from a change from an approach centered on the teacher to an approach centered on the student. So this that in the discourse is very common, and there is a consensus. It's not easy, and maybe it's not what appeared clearly in all the focus group as the main consequences of the flexibilization. So we find a lot of advantages, and we can recognize a lot of results, but not the ones related to the change in the approaches of teaching and learning. So the second part is focus on teaching. So if we want to fulfill an approach centered on the student, we have to rethink the teaching. So if a new approach of the teachings must give an answer to two questions. What should higher education students learn during the long-term period at the university? What they have to learn in 10 days, 10 years, 8 years, or whatever. And how, along this time period, must the lecturer's activity be organized in order to contribute to this learning process? So these are the main questions, and we should have some agreements on basic things. First, the level of knowledge in higher education must be deeper than the predominant in secondary education. The knowledge to be acquired must combine two things that are not the opposite. It's possible to combine the purpose of the generality of the learning, of the contents, the knowledge, and also the specificity. And this combination will allow to both being able to apply in the workplace the specific knowledge, and also being versatile, adaptable to new labor demands, and innovative, because they have a relative broad knowledge base. So this is possible. And the other agreements are related to the classroom as the best place to make the shift from traditional lecturing to more student-centered model, and the idea that not all the courses play the same role. That's why, for us, this is the framework for thinking a specific category of teaching for learning unit that is the module. As Elizabeth said, this is one way of flexibilization of the curriculum, and that we find as the best way in this kind of project that try to combine in the international level different programs, different pieces of knowledge. So the idea, maybe I don't want to go through deeper in the definitions that you can find them in the document. So we talk about what is a model, that is a piece of a unit of work, non-sequential, independent, with some characteristics that are different from the traditional units that are organized in a sequence, and you cannot go out of this linear idea of the programs. And for what? Mainly because with the model can be used to build different training processes. So the model can be part of different programs and to combine, as we saw earlier in your programs in Vita Global. So they also can be internationalized, especially in virtual modality, in collaborative projects. So the model has a lot of advantages to make the curriculum more flexible. And if we are thinking about a learner that is not the traditional student, that is a worker, and he or she needs to go through enter and go to the labor market also, we need to offer different options, and the model is one for us the best. So there is some criticism about the models, so it's good to know that, because we have responses to that. The main criticism is that the models make some kind of fragmentation and incoherence of the educational experience, and this in some way appeared in the focus group. In the focus group, some people say that maybe that not all the students are prepared to choose their pathway. So a flexible pathway organizing models is maybe risky in terms of the idea of fragmentation. Some others talk about the commodification of higher education. Some say about the McDonaldization of higher education with the models. The loss of theoretical generalized knowledge, as we say that no, that this can be combined if we organize and prepare better previously. So the idea, the responses are based mainly in that if we make a plan and focus on the design of the curriculum, these maybe disadvantages can be neutralized. So this is concepts. There are other discussions that appear in the paper, in the literature, but also in the focus group. One of them is this hot topic, the micro-credentials. And we here discuss a lot with Elizabeth, with Nico, trying to identify what is the specific characteristics of this concept. And we found that it's not the same of a model. The micro-credential is a format that certifies small pieces of training of very different types, very different levels, but in its essence, it's not the idea to be stakeable, to be aggregated, and to that an addition of several micro-credentials will lead to a certification, not necessary. So the idea of micro-credential is an independent piece of knowledge of different levels, continuous education training, postgraduate, graduate, whatever. But the micro-credential has different uses. So if a micro-credential is think as a model, these have to be planned from the very beginning of the design of the curriculum. So in this case, the stackable capacity will depend on the higher education institutions' a priori decision on its modularized program and on whether to offer its models as independently certified micro-credentials. So it's not automatic. That's the idea. So in these last minutes, I will try to share with you your collaboration with this document. So I hope that when you read some conclusions, you identify with the responses, because we try to get all the important information. I conducted, with the help of you, 7 focus groups in Chile, Argentina, Georgia, South Africa, Italy, Spain, and France. 1 focus group per country during February to June of this year. And the idea was to obtain information, to identify recommendations for the proper functioning of modularization, and also the limitations. That was the idea. And we organized the focus group with several profiles of people participating, and I think that more than 50 people participate of this, of not only Vita Global, because you invited other people from your universities or from other universities in each country. And so the focus group had 5 parts. So the first part was focused on what is a model. And the idea, the results, that there are no common definitions of modularization and flexibilization, and those definitions depend on how these words are translated into the local languages and how they are applied, even within the same country. So they also depend on the history of each system and its origins. For example, in South Africa, there were no problem when we talk about model, because the Anglo-Saxon tradition talks about model usually. So maybe it was very different when we talk about models in more European continental countries such as Spain or France. The differentiation with the idea of unit was not so clear. And another conclusion is that in recent times, these concepts have appeared as a requirement of as an external incentive. Every time appeared the idea of that we need to prepare models, or we need to make more flexible because the European Commission asked for that, or because there are money for that. So the idea of an external incentive, even not only in the European higher education area, also in other regions, these concepts have been driven by the need for greater internationalization. So it's not natural from the bottom to the up, but it's kind of incentive that is coming from the top. Nevertheless, while internationalization is not necessarily the cause of curricular flexibility, it is crucial. So internationalization is one of the main reasons that explain why we are talking about to be more flexible at this time. This is the idea that appeared in the focus groups. The second point was focused in the purposes and uses of flexibilization and modularization. So one of the main reasons for organizing higher education curriculum model is that it is a better way to respond to the external demands. So the idea to be open to what the society is asking is the main reason, and also the internationalization. And flexibility through models is needed for internationalization, okay? And third, the idea of flexibilization and modularization have not yet been widely valued as ways to achieve new approaches in learning and teaching from a national or domestic perspective. This is what I said at the beginning. Even when all of you say that thinking in models is good, the idea of this is a way to change the approach from the teacher center to the student center has not appeared during the dialogue, during the conversation. There are some conditions for flexibility and modularization. A key condition is flexibility need to be foresight. A flexible curriculum must be programmed, and it's difficult to introduce flexibilization in programs that already and the way I were created with a linear and rigid character. So this is very difficult. And the other conditions I talked before is students may not be prepared for choices that appear in several focus groups, and some may consider that rigidity is better. So to offer too much choice could be confusing for many, you say, in some groups. So maybe flexibility needs to be coupled with guidance, information, and maybe also with more mature students. So at the beginning of the programs. And also there are some conditions regarding the training of teachers and administrative staff. So they need to know not only the how to be more flexible, but also why. So the reason for employability, for internationalization, to avoid dropout. So it's important to make them explain the idea for why we are talking about all these changes for them. There are more points regarding the public policy and the impediments to flexibility. So most of you say that if we are not more flexible, it's because of the public policy in summary. So there are a lot of regulations regarding accreditation. So in the programs that are have to show or to present to accreditation, is very difficult to be more flexible. And so the idea is that when regulations are a limit, the greatest possibility for flexibility are on the margins. So maybe with optional courses, unofficial qualifications, continuous training. So maybe in those places is more easy to be more flexible. And also there is a proposal that the quality assurance agencies should facilitate the validation of common models in different countries, even when they are part of different degree programs. So you have found that public policy is the main reasons of the obstacles of being more flexible. But at the same time, there are some institutional level limitations. Many times teachers resist the flexibility of curricula in contradiction to the agreement at the discourse level. So at the dialogue, we say, okay, we need to be more flexible, but when we need to start make the changes, this is not easy. And decisions on curriculum flexibility should not fall exclusively on the faculty. The idea is that the institution and the political institutional agendas has to introduce the idea of flexibility. We cannot wait that teachers start with the change. And sometimes the opportunity for flexibility are driven by internationalization. So you know, in the groups, there were international managers in each group. So those actors were the more enthusiastic regarding make the changes and trying to find creative ways to be more flexible between countries. That is not easy. And finally, the advantages and challenges of modularization was the last point in the focus group. And one of the conclusions is that if universities will not offer what students need and sometimes enthusiastically request, they will find it elsewhere. So that's why it is essential to establish a horizon of flexibility based on students and beyond the traditional structures of institutions and teachers. And another conclusion is that pandemic was a great ally of flexibility, because it forced many to use new resources and technologies and to solve problems in teaching that usually collided with bureaucratic limitations, and with pandemic, these limitations disappear. It seems that the question is no longer whether to do it, but how. And finally, flexibility for teachers is a challenge. It requires an effort and adaptation, and it is time consuming, mostly when it is not well communicated. So the teachers feel discouraged, and most institutions do not support their own teachers. If these problems are resolved institutionally, flexibility will become more common practice. So as conclusions, we can say that the model-based higher education curricula offer challenges and opportunities for the Vita Global project and for a broader policy discussion. We think really that all your collaboration in the focus group with the literature review that are concentrated in this white paper can be not also a synthesis of the work or the dialogues and the discussions that appear in Vita Global, but also a very good collaboration for the global discussion on flexibilization and modularization and internationalization. So finally, we find that the project highlights 4 potential strengths. One, that model-based higher education can serve a great variety of purposes and bridge the gap between the so-called academic teaching and learning and the so-called professional teaching. So models can be a way of make a link between these separate worlds. In addition, that many different training processes leading to a variable and pertinent diplomas or qualifications as another purpose of the model. Models can be easily internationalized both from the perspective of lecturers and the students, and models may help to promote team teaching, and Vita Global was an example of this. And models organized at the international level in a cooperative effort can recreate the community of lecturers and students united in the learning processes. So this is a very, very rapid synthesis of the white paper. We recommend that with time you read it, and if you don't have the time to read it all, you can read the executive summary that has only 10 pages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Elizabeth. Are there any questions to this presentation? Somebody wants to go?
I would like to add that we will have it in Spanish as well. That's the plan, right?
What?
To translate the white paper. into
Oh,
Spanish.
yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to surprise you.
Yeah. In both, yes. And maybe in more languages.
Yeah, at least in Spanish, but we're open to others if they would like to translate it further to Georgian.
Okay, so now we make the transition to the industry academia panel. I will invite the colleagues from the panel, you can stay, to come. Huh?
Maybe Monica can stay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, leadership roundtable. To come into the.
What do you think? I stay or?
No, stay.
Okay.
So we have Jean Miquel, Flavia, Luca, Alfredo, they are online. Your position. Yeah, I think we have you, Flavia, you and Flavia, 2 online. No? Luca is online and Paula is online. Correct? Are you online? Luca, I can see you. And Alfredo, yes.
Pregunté, contestaron, tengo la respuesta.
So, the idea now would be to discuss with you 4 a little bit of the conclusions of Vita Global white paper. Some of the presentations are going to be in English, some of the presentations are going to be in Spanish, and then will be the subtitles of the Spanish presentation in English. So let's see. But before starting the discussions, 2 notes. First, introduce the panelists that you probably already met. We have Jean-Michel Canals, the Vice Rector of Internationalization of the University of Vita in Chile, officially named Commissioner. But Commissioner sounds too much like Batman for me, so Vice Rector probably is better. Flavia Philippine is the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, correct? Of the National University of Cuyo in Mendoza, Argentina. We have online from Bologna, Italy, Luca Dondini, who is the director of second cycle degree in international horticultural science. Okay, and we have Alfredo Soreiro from the University of Portugal, Porto in Portugal, also online, and I think I'm not missing anybody. I'm missing someone? Chile. Paola. Paula Manriquez, Vice Rector of Undergraduate Research, University of Tacuarembó. Are you online, Paula? That's online? No, bueno.
No, por el torneo.
Tenemos 4 ahora. We have 4 now. Maybe in 5 minutes we have 5. Just a couple of things to introduce the discussion and try to bridge Monica's and Elizabeth's conclusion to the discussion of those that are. Monica has been very polite to underline some ideas. I'm not. I wasn't polite in the first Vita Global meeting when we met in Cuyo, Monica, but I have changed my mind since then, which is difficult. Monica said teachers need to change their mind. I would have agreed with that statement 4 years ago. Now I think maybe not, because it's not the problem of the teachers, it's the problem of the incentives and structures of the institutions. Let me rephrase it. Teachers have to change their mind, full point, but not only. Because you can find good teachers elsewhere. And you can find good tutors, you can find good friends. This is a problem of a different type. This is a problem of, in my humble opinion, this is a market problem on one side, and this is a philosophical problem on the other side. It's a market problem because the teacher corporation or the corporation of teachers that are running university institutions, not necessarily the teachers, but the profession in itself, is facing a problem that what they are doing, the practice that they are doing, it is more and more and more away from their clients, the learners. So it's a challenge. And it's a philosophical problem because this forces us as public universities to rethink about what it is to learn and what it is to teach. And as Monica and Elizabeth very well pointed out, teaching and learning are not the same. You can learn everywhere. You can learn from many sources. You can learn in many ways. And the practice of teaching does not necessarily lead to someone learning. I don't know how many students my colleagues here that are professors have. Probably a lot. I don't know how many of those students have learned something from what they have been teaching every day. So if teaching and learning are two different things, organizing the teaching doesn't necessarily mean guaranteeing the learning. But universities and institutions, and this is what we learned from Vita Global, in our opinion, they need desperately, because and here it is my Argentinian exaggeration part. They do need to keep running the certification, or let's say to certify some sort of skills, because not all or organizing the recognition of learning. But once again, this is a market. How to make the learners closer to the institution that for a long time have been putting themselves not only as the owners of knowledge or the creators of knowledge, which is something very debated in every space, in every time of history, but let's assume it. How to make them, but also to those institutions that traditionally have the monopoly of certifying and accreditate or guarantee by a certificate some sort of skills or learning. And this is a challenge because when you have to organize the learning, you have to, or the teaching, sorry, you have to do it from two different perspectives. One from the organizational perspective, and these are some of the questions that I have from my colleagues here. How do you transform a curriculum? How do you think in a curriculum? On one hand. But on the other hand, you need to think about transversal competence. And this is also part of the important part in this example. Because as I was saying in the introduction, even though this is not the main issue or the main line of this discussion, we will have another discussion. We also need to think the relation, let's say three-part relationship here. You have the teachers or the universities, you have the learners, and you have the industry. So there are three. How to reorganize the three, the relationship of three is complicated. I mean, having a relationship of three people is already complicated. Imagine between three strong corporations, industry, university, and learners. So, and why I say this, because sometimes industry is asking, and we saw this in some of the focus groups and so on, is asking a lot of things to the university that the university corporation, not the teachers, so no one gets offended, not the teachers, the university corporation is unable to answer because the structure is not prepared, so you need to shape it. And sometimes I think when we design these projects and when we have these discussions, make also wrong approaches, and this is some of the conclusions that were there, in trying to think the relationship between industry and university in a static manner, in a traditional manner. So I can ask, I don't know, Caroline, what the skills do you need? And as a university can say, she tells me A, B, and C, and we can, with Jean-Michel, we can prepare a module where we create that. I think Vita Global also explains and teaches that when you think in reorganizing the teaching, you are also thinking in creating transversal competencies and to offer a support to learn. And some of the capacities that some of the virtues, I would say in a very old philosophical fashion, virtues that citizens get by the process of learning are very critical for the development of industry. Innovation capacities, curiosity, creativity. So all these are challenges that we need to put into consideration when we have this discussion. So the first question that I have, I'm sorry for the long introduction, but I deserve it myself after I did the introductory presentation in Cuyo, and now no one is offended, no? No professor offended, nobody? Great. Was Monica who said you have to change your mind. Don't never forget.
And I am the professor.
Problem. So the first question I have, la primera pregunta que tengo for the panelists, and let me start with you so I can make the interpretation. And then we will start with you, then with the two colleagues online, and then with Jean-Michel. La primera pregunta que tengo es sobre la visión estratégica de cada una de sus instituciones. ¿Hasta qué punto estas ideas de modularización, flexibilización e internacionalización resuenan o están adentro de la estrategia de cada una de sus instituciones? What I was saying in Spanish was, what we want to ask all the panelists, starting with Flavia first, and then following by the two colleagues online, is to what extent these ideas of modularization or modularized approaches to organizing study programs, internationalization, flexibilization, it is embedded somehow or resonate within your internationalization strategy in a different way. How strong is your structure to support the shaking movement, or how far are you able to shake it? Flavia primero, Luca, and then Luca, Alfredo, and then Trump.
Muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por la invitación de participar en esta última reunión de este interesante programa de Vita Global. Gracias a todos. Bueno, un poco respondiendo a lo que nos interpela hoy en esta reunión, voy a hablar un poco a nivel de Argentina, me lo permito, porque hoy actualmente estoy desempeñándome como presidenta de la asociación AUDEAS, que es la asociación que nuclea todas las facultades de agronomía de universidades públicas de la República Argentina.
So she will make a comment or a presentation from the Argentinian general perspective as the president of the association that gathers all the faculties of agronomy of the Argentine Republic. So she can speak on behalf of all the faculties of agronomy.
Bueno, particularmente en el diagnóstico que estamos haciendo hoy, no solamente desde la institución en la que estoy, sino también a nivel de este consorcio donde participamos todos los decanos de estas facultades de agronomía, vemos que hay un cambio muy profundo en lo que es la academia de hoy. Hemos pasado de un formato muy tradicional a un formato de interpelación, justamente por todo lo que se ha dicho hoy, en las diferencias de los que me han precedido, que hacen justamente relación a un currículum muy rígido que nos ha llevado a carreras de ingeniería que duran casi el doble de lo que deberían durar.
So the position or the main discussion at the moment within the deans of agriculture in Argentina is they are trying to reassess, or they have been challenged by all the elements that we have been presenting, and now they are and they felt that all this rigidity. Yeah, I'm going to start. Rigidity at the institutional level has led most of Argentinian institutions to offer very unflexible engineering programs in agriculture that are extremely long, that they are more or less that they take double of the time that you should have in engineering.
Con una mirada de una formación curricular muy especializada en una temática en donde no se tenía en cuenta la complejidad, que hoy es una de las herramientas básicas que tienen que tener nuestros estudiantes. Lo disciplinar era la característica absoluta en la formación de las cátedras, los departamentos y los docentes, y también la falta de integralidad con el resto de los actores que formaban esa currícula.
So the curricula traditionally has been designed focusing on one discipline or one theme or in a very rigid way, not considering the need or the necessary transversality of the competencies and skills that are needed to conduct in this case, the profession of engineering.
Y como bien decía Nicolás y Mónica y quienes me han antecedido, se pensaba mucho en el docente. Este docente, obviamente, hijo de esta tradición y de este formato académico que se ha sostenido durante muchísimos años, ha hecho lo que ha podido en defensa de los docentes, ¿no? Pero hoy tenemos desafíos a nivel local y global mucho más grandes, porque justamente está cambiando la época, hay un cambio de época muy profundo.
So, as I very well said, yeah, that's the only thing I'm going to say. As Monica very well said, traditionally the program, the curricular development in Argentina was teaching center, but not only teaching center, teacher center. So it was around the teacher. And also Flavia mentioned in order to defend the profession, well, we did what we could, but now it is clear that we need to understand the need of change, because there are not only academic challenges, but local, regional, and global demands that are forcing us to rethink the exercise of our profession.
Bueno, en el caso de la Universidad Nacional de Cuyo, estamos trabajando en nuestra facultad hace 3 años en un desarrollo curricular nuevo, centrado no solo en el estudiante, sino en la forma del aprendizaje del estudiante, sobre una base del aprender haciendo.
So, since the last 3 years, the National University of Cuyo is changing the approach from a teaching learning to a student-centered learning approach. But not only from a curricular development, but also from a practical point of view, by introducing learning by doing at the center of the learning process.
Estamos trabajando con una metodología aprobada, donde se ha trabajado mucho con la sociedad, con la parte de las empresas, para ver los requerimientos que tienen ellos de nuestros futuros profesionales, y hemos descubierto, por ejemplo, la necesidad de incorporar materias blandas en nuestros currículos. Esto a nivel de grado. Y también vemos la necesidad que se decía de esto de reconocer trayectos para que los estudiantes se motiven, y también los profesionales, los docentes, para poder ir agilizando nuestras carreras de una manera más acorde a toda esta problemática actual, que la globalización también nos da tantas oportunidades de integración.
So, in order to make our curricula more agile, we have been following 2 central lines. On one hand, we are talking with industry all the time to incorporate the sort of soft competencies that are needed.
Bueno, los reconocimientos de trayectos que nos incentivan también a estudiantes formales.
We are also working on recognition of previous learning, recognition of previous learning, not al nivel profesional o a nivel...
No, durante la carrera y reconocimientos, trayectos formativos, para que también ellos se incentiven.
Okay, because this is also, sorry.
Perfecto, no, por favor.
In Argentina, there is not a credit system.
No, los RTS.
So there are learning times or learning legs or sport. So the question, the challenge of the system is how you recognize those trajectories of learning that has been conducted in different institutions. Yes, the trajectories are in hours, but the unit is not the credit. It's a, so the question is how you recognize previous learning from another institution in order to incentivize, let's say, continuous learning.
Con esto termino para dar lugar al resto de las personas que van a hablar, 2 minutos. Aclararles que este diagnóstico que estoy haciendo es en base sobre todo a las carreras de pregrado y de grado, que como veremos en la otra pregunta, con el posgrado ha pasado algo diferente que también nos ha incentivado a repensar el grado y el pregrado y el grado.
So just to finalize, all what she has said is related to undergraduate programs and not to postgraduate programs. They will explain later how all this new context is impacting at the postgraduate level. Gracias. Ahora, Luca, if you wanna let us know how the University of Bologna is thinking in flexibilization and internationalization, and how this is introduced or not in your international strategy, would be good. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Nicola. University of Bologna, since its founding, has been a driving force behind the development of new knowledge by researching, disseminating, and apply such knowledge through teaching, training, and many other forms of knowledge transfer. We are the starting point of the Bologna process, the Bologna's declaration. So in the last 20, 30 years, we had to initiate a reform, transformation, and innovation process in order to adapt our courses to the increasingly complex changes in our society. But this occurs everywhere in the last 20 and 30 years. The key points were accessibility, inclusion, the broadening of the program catalog, and to point a strong attention to the teaching and learning quality. This is one of the most important focus currently in my university, and this drives the debate on higher education and training. Students are at the center of our project. Of course, they are not seen as users. They are people who build and co-build their own curriculums. So learning could not be limited to the disciplines that are covered by our degree programs. We had to study strategies for all of them to acquire strategic and transferable skills and knowledge that are of crucial importance for their development as new professionals. And this is to find resources to build future career opportunities. In this sense, modularization, internationalization, flexibility, that are the keywords of the Vita Global White Paper, has been very important also for building the degree program, of which I am the coordinator, International Horticultural Science, because we are member of a consortium of European university, but we are also strongly involved in funding in the Erasmus project. All the situation of flexibility, I understand very well the issue of the presentation that we have seen a few minutes ago. There are problems of the heterogeneity of the group of students, and there are problems of the rigidity of the rules in which we have to manage our courses. But by networking and by using all the projects that are available, and in this sense, Vita Global had a lot of new interesting issues to the debate. We can overcome this problem. Okay.
Thank you. Grazie, Luca. Thank you very much. it's interesting that in Italy or in Argentina, the challenges from institutions are more or less the same. Let's gonna see what are the challenges, what's the position of the University of Porto. So Alfredo, your 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'll speak in English. I can speak in Portuñol, but
you can. You may. You will make my life very miserable. So you have 4 minutes.
Okay, no. But I'll speak in English then. I think it's better, right? Because most people understand. But the question is, like it was mentioned by Luca and by the others, the problems are similar, solutions are different, of course. In Europe, we have the Bologna, but before there was the Sorbonne Declaration, 1 year before. And but then in any case, in Europe is quite accepted the Bologna approach. So we have, although in the Bologna Declaration doesn't say that, but we have many programs with the learning outcomes defined, the program learning outcomes, and the mobility exists since 1996, if I remember well, the mobility among students. So the understanding of the programs in the other universities is quite embedded in the university life in Europe. So we know the learning contract for the students. So they have modules that are defined by the disciplines most of the times. And they understand when they go to another university, they understand what they expect from that course in terms of learning outcomes. The content is no longer an issue. Well, for certain professors it is, to be honest. But it's mostly the learning outcomes for the student and from the universities involved. So that is the situation that exists, like I said, for many years. Porto is no different. The Portuguese universities are no different. All the disciplines have learning outcomes. Some of the technical ones and the medical ones related with the health sector have a concern with the professional recognition of their competences. So they are most of the times defined in conjunction with the professional bodies, the medical, the nursing, the lawyers, etc. So that is the situation in Portugal. It's what we practice. I don't know if you want to ask something, but basically the problems are the same. Our answer is following what is proposed by the European Commission in terms of defining learning outcomes and the ECTS system, etc. So this is it. Nothing new. Let's put it this way. Nothing new.
Thank you very much. We will have a question in the next round on the Bologna process and how the Bologna process gives or not tools. So we will go more in detail in some of the aspects that you, Alfredo, and Luca mentioned. Jean-Michel.
Yeah. Well, about the strategy. So I will talk a little bit about internationalization. I think that internationalization is the tractor for the modularization. So in Spain, it's very difficult to implement changes. As an example, the Bologna Agreement was signed, I think, in 2001 and give 10 years to implement. You know which year was implemented in Spain? 2010. So that's a signal of how is the accreditation, the agencies of accreditation who works in Spain. So immobilism, no, the next. So yeah, we are in a so.
Sorry, I think we're having some technical issues in the main room. So give them a second to fix it. Okay, now you're back, but you're muted. So sorry, they are fixing the technical problems. A bit of patience, please. It seems like it was a power cut on the room.
The internet connection is inestable.
Okay, we're back.
Te voy a volver a cortar.
We are gonna wait 4 minutes because we have a problem with the connection. We are gonna change the cable of the laptop here. So apologies, in 2 minutes we are gonna be back online. So you stay online.
Pero dice que está inestable.
Yo creo que es estable,
Cambio, sí.
Se fueron todos.
Now,
Okay, now you're back.
working.
Yes.
De moment sí. Acabo este surf així de lateral. O sigui que l'empresa és així, l'àudio sí, però la xarxa no he vist mai. Això s'ha de revisar. Va ser així de moment.
¿Y aquí cómo se puede poner esta?
Sí. Pues, 2 minuts i comencem. Vol que te la quede mejor. Es que es bueno. Lo hablo con mucho acento argentino, me suena
Estás hablando un mal.
contra lo natural. No, porque bueno, fijemos que tiene un acento del sur, pero cuando la gente con una L, yo soy de
No es del sur.
Barcelona,
Ya sé.
me siento más claro. A veces cuando hablamos, por ejemplo, abrir la boca. Abrir la boca, está muy cerrado. Pero tal. Sí que hay un programita que yo mejor no, yo trabajo mucho con la celular. Se escriben sin conocer. Yo los filtro en catalán y se los mando. Y tengo así una semana de conversación y cuando me ven la cara, empiezan a ganar, hola, ¿cómo te va? Se quedan así. La conversación y cuando me ven la cara,
Tienes que poner está el micrófono prendido.
Ya está, sí.
Okay, so commercial is over. I hope you enjoy it. We need to continue the conversation, and we left the conversation with this is for the colleagues online. Let me first welcome Paula Manriquez, Vice Rector for Undergraduate Studies of the University of Talca in Chile, who's just joined us online. So, bienvenida, Paula. Jean Michel was finishing his presentation saying that changes in Europe are very slow, very complicated. In Spain, he said, very complicated, very difficult to achieve. And he mentioned that even the Bologna process had 10 years to be implemented. I mean, in Spain, it was implemented in the very last year. So this is a symptom of rigidity. Now, the three of you, Luca, Alfredo, and Jean Michel, have mentioned the Bologna process. And just because we are out of time, I would like to ask the three of you, and I would ask kindly a yes or no. This is a yes or no question. Does the Bologna process help, or have the Bologna process helped to promote flexibilization of learning, or has helped or not? Yes or no, Jean Miguel? No. No. Okay. No. Alfredo, what do you think? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Luca, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, 2-1. Yes. So why? But now, why you think they will? So it didn't help in the case of Spain.
No, yeah, I think it helps as in general we can say, but in Spain was not made in agreement with Europe. That is quite how it works, but. Yeah, in Spain, finally, we have a system different from the rest of Europe. Everywhere is 3 + 2 + 3, and here is 4 + 1 + 3 or +4. So, yeah, that makes us uncompetitive, and that makes us that for internationalization is quite difficult because. Yeah, so in this sense, I think that Bologna has not helped us, but not because of Bologna, because of how we take Bologna.
Okay, and Luca and Alfredo, why Bologna has helped or is helping to promote internationalization in 2 or 3 words?
So in our
Go ahead.
So in our case, this was the starting point for reform our study program, and they have been organized in a way in which the cooperation with other universities was made easier. So with topic area among the consortia, and it was possible to exploit better the Erasmus project. So I saw that this starting point was an improvement of the possibility of networking among universities.
Okay, Alfredo?
Well, just to clarify, I was in the Sorbonne Declaration. I was present there. I was not in the Bologna because I work with the rectorate. So I know a little bit what happened. And if you read many people talk about the Bologna Declaration, but they had never read it. So you should read it and try to understand what was meant. What was meant was to create a short cycle and then a second cycle of specialization, and the years were not mentioned. And what happened in Spain, I work with ANECA for 6 years, so I know the Spanish system. And what happened is that when you transpose the Bologna Declaration to each country has the right in Europe for the subsidiarity power. So each country adopts the European directives in its own way. And Spain is one way, Portugal is another, Italy is another. Berlinguer was the first one. He was the minister who implemented the Bologna in Italy. And for instance, Germany didn't change, France didn't change, UK didn't change, and they were the first ones to sign the Bologna Declaration. So don't give too much importance to the declaration, read it, don't give too much importance, because each government use it politically the best way it could. And that motivates this difference among the countries. But one thing is for sure, all countries use the ECTS system, and that was not possible before the Bologna Declaration. That is why I think it helped the internationalization.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. For non-Europeans, this is a typical European discussion. People in favor of the Bologna process, people against the Bologna process, discussing it and rediscussing it again. Bologna promotes on one hand, Bologna non-promotes on the other hand. But what is important is what Alfredo was mentioning for those that are not familiar with the Bologna process. Alfredo was mentioning about the disparity of implementation. It is simply because education is a competence of the member states. It's not a competence that has been delegated to the European Commission. So what exists are directions, indications that then each country, whatever the discussion, is to implement in the way of some agreements in order to together go to a sort of harmonization schema. But it is not that the European Commission tells the French, do this, and they will do. Normally it happens the contrary. When the European Commission says, do this, Macron says, we will do that, and the Germans say, we will do X, and then they come to it. This is a small note just for you to understand the general context. But now let's move to countries that are not part of the Bologna process, in this case, Argentina and Chile. And the question here to Paula, I'm going to start with you, Paula, because you haven't had the chance to speak so far. Lo digo en castellano, lo que a nosotros nos interesa saber es en la discusión previa, en la discusión anterior, tanto Alfredo como Luca decían que evidentemente había una relación entre internacionalización y flexibilización. Joan Miquel decía que la internacionalización es la locomotora o el motor para promover la flexibilización, pero también marcaban las rigideces de los sistemas con distintos matices en Italia, en Portugal y en España. Y la pregunta, Paula, es para el caso de Chile, si hay un link, o si vos ves que hay un link entre la internacionalización entre la internacionalización y la flexibilización de la currícula que permita crear o generar nuevos caminos de aprendizaje, y si la Universidad de Talca está por la labor o no. Déjame traducir esto en inglés for the colleagues that are not Spanish speakers. What I'm asking is, in the case of Chile and Argentina, the countries that are not members of the Bologna process, we want to know if there is a link, as Juan Miquel was saying, between internationalization processes and flexibilization of the curriculum, and that allows universities to create new flexible learning pathways. And if there is, or if there is not, first, and what is the position of each institution? In this case, I asked Paula if the University of Talca believes in this link or not. So Paula, we will give you 4 or 5 minutes as you haven't been engaged in the discussions before. Paula, the floor is yours.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muy buenos días acá, muy buenas tardes allá. Efectivamente, por Bolonia, nosotros comenzamos un proceso de reflexión sobre varios aspectos. Entre esos aspectos estaba la flexibilidad y la movilidad. Es decir, nosotros yo creo que lo primero que concebimos fue el hecho de que nuestros estudiantes se marcaban en un mundo global y eso implicaba movilidad. Y para generar movilidad teníamos que tener flexibilidad. No sé si voy por parte para la traducción.
Sí, está bien, yo ahora traduzco. What Paula has been saying is that because of Bologna, which is interesting, so inspired by, Bologna can be very inspiring. inspired by the Bologna process, they have started to discuss mobility, and the discussion of mobility led to a discussion on flexibilization of that.
Claro. Ahora, nosotros comenzamos esta reflexión en el 2001, es decir, al alero del proceso Bologna y con una serie de transformaciones a nivel nacional y también internacional. Y a medida que fue pasando el tiempo, nosotros como país, en el caso de Chile principalmente y como Universidad de Talca, vimos que para allá teníamos que avanzar, pero no exentos de dificultades. Es decir, lo que hemos visto es que las primeras dificultades eran nuestras propias estructuras y nuestros propios docentes, que muchas veces imposibilitaban la flexibilidad y también generar los espacios para que se pudiera favorecer la movilidad, tanto nacional como internacional.
Okay, what Paula is saying is that they have started this discussion in Chile in 2001, and during this time they have been realizing, or they have encountered different difficulties. Difficulties that have to do with different elements. One difficulty is at the systemic level, the rigidity of the system that made the discussion of mobility and flexibilization very complicated. But also, thank you, Paula, for saying this. I am getting more supporters, and Monica as well. Because remember, she was the one who said teachers have to change their mind. They found in Chile a lot of resistance from the teachers that were opposing to open the teaching spaces to new approaches.
Bueno, y es hoy día lo que nos ha permitido declarar. Nosotros hemos pasado desde el 2001 hasta hoy día, varios años, al declarar nuestro modelo educativo hoy día, a nivel de diseño curricular, hemos focalizado en tres aspectos importantes, que es la flexibilidad, la internacionalización y la formación integral. Y eso es lo que nos ha permitido también orientar nuestras políticas para apoyar y acompañar a los docentes en este cambio y trabajar con los estudiantes de manera que exista interés, exista preocupación y exista también compromiso con estos aspectos que hemos declarado como prioritarios. Pero esto se ha logrado, perdónate, se ha logrado con el tiempo, es decir, si ustedes ven, son bastantes años para poder ir consolidando y poder ir perfeccionando aspectos que la institución ha definido como prioritarios, y sin duda que hay temas como créditos transferibles, y formación idiomática, que también es un tema que ha sido dentro de las políticas prioritarias de nuestra institución.
Okay, Paula is stressing the importance of how much time these changes took in the case of Chile, and in particular in the institutional approach of Talca, to be absorbed. And they have based their work in three main pillars: internationalization, flexibilization, and integral learning, or transversal learning, or I don't know how to translate, no? It's an integral or transversal approach to the whole process. And she mentioned also that nothing has been magic. It took a lot of time, it took a lot of discussion, but in the institution is all the time trying to support the teachers in their mind change or change of the setting, for them to incorporate this new approach, and probably also to create incentives for them to allow this to happen, and as well to the students that needs to, so it's a community change. Paula, traductores, traditores, no sé si estoy traduciendo todo perfecto. Si le pongo IVA o le saco, avísame y correcto.
Sí, gracias. Y finalmente, para no alargar, algo que también creo que nos ha favorecido la flexibilidad y la internacionalización es la tecnología. Nosotros hoy día estamos con un proyecto con apoyo del Ministerio de Educación, que es una dirección de campus virtual, que era un deseable hace 4 años, 5 años, y que estábamos muy débiles en eso, muy tenues a lo mejor, y hoy día ya es un proyecto importante, y creemos que la tecnología nos va a permitir avanzar con mucho mayor fuerza en la flexibilidad y la internacionalización a través de programas de doble titulación, a través de estadía, a través de nuevas metodologías con profesores extranjeros. Es decir, no solamente la internacionalización pasa porque nuestros estudiantes tengan experiencia en otros países, sino que también reconozcan y vean experiencia a través de la tecnología con redes, con comunidades académicas que hoy día creemos que son tremendamente importantes.
Paula, thank you very much. Gracias, Paula. Paula was mentioning that a key aspect of the transformation process of Talca is the use or incorporation of technology. That technology has been a great tool to promote different types of international cooperation schemas, from joint titles and virtual mobility, etc. And they have the support of the Chilean government in promoting the incorporation of technology to support institutional strategies on internationalization. Gracias, Paula. ¿Hay algo que quieras agregar que yo no haya traducido correctamente o pasé el examen?
No, pasaste. Muchas gracias.
Flavia, en tu
Bueno,
caso.
En mi caso, la internacionalización del currículum es una herramienta muy válida, como se ha dicho acá, y la idea de una herramienta válida para ir repensando nuestras currículas, y creemos que justamente es una fuente de incentivo muy importante y una necesidad. Realmente hoy, como decíamos recién, es impensable en un mundo global como en el que vivimos, no pensar que podemos hacer algo colaborativo entre distintas instituciones, aprovechando fortalezas que tienen las distintas regiones, que pueden utilizar esto para mejorar la calidad como tal.
So internationalization is a key aspect to push the institution to face the global regional problems on one hand, and internationalization is also a very important aspect to promote a better quality approach to education or educational programs.
En el caso de instituciones como la Universidad Nacional de Cuyo y la Facultad de Agronomía, fue mucho más fácil empezar a pensar en esto, en lo que son los posgrados. Porque el gran temor que tenemos, como bien señaló Mónica, es el tema de las acreditaciones de calidad a nivel nacional. Nos cuesta muchísimo lograr que estas instituciones tengan esa flexibilidad, y Mónica expresó mucho esa rigidez que existe.
In the case of the National University of Cuyo, the fastest pathway to promote this approach of internationalization, flexibilization, etc., has not been the undergraduate programs, but the postgraduate. And the explanation of that is because at the postgraduate level, they basically are able to, avoid the accreditation, national accreditation processes imposed by the accreditation agency. So, bueno, escapar, go in the margin. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, I need to find the word. So, being at the edge, find a alternative manner. Something like that was presented in Cape Town as well. So find alternative manners to because universities have also created the police. If they want to change something, they got the accreditation agency that is fast. So
bien. En el caso del grado es mucho más complejo, además de todo lo que hemos venido analizando, de la resistencia de los docentes, de la mirada disciplinar. Sin embargo, estamos trabajando en conglomerados con otras universidades, no solamente a nivel del país, sino también a nivel regional. justamente aprovechando la pandemia, que se ha hablado mucho, y como decía recién Paula, en el tema de aprovechar la tecnología, que fue lo que surgió fuertemente como una necesidad de urgencia durante la pandemia, se ha trabajado mucho en aprobar y tener acuerdos de reconocimientos de trayectos formativos entre carreras en lo que es el Foro de Decanos de Agronomía, que se realizó en mayo del 2022. Y eso es muy importante porque además de los trayectos formativos, se está pensando en esto que ustedes tanto están trabajando acá, que es en los microcréditos y también en módulos comunes, donde se piensen programas desde diferentes lugares y se aprovechen justamente recursos humanos, recursos económicos y también las capacidades que tenemos y habilidades según la región. Esto no... Sí,
sí, no, pero no entiendo.
No.
The postgraduate level, somehow, you can maneuver. That's correct. Even a maneuver is a good. It's politically correct. Okay. Maneuver. Okay. Maneuver. Yeah. And I have two Argentinians. Maneuver a little bit the situation, but that doesn't mean that at the undergraduate level they are not making any effort. On the contrary, in particular during the pandemic, the use of technology allowed different sorts of discussions, and there are not only at the national level but also at the sub-regional level in the Mercosur region. There is a more or less common agreement of the need to promote recognition between this, what I was explaining before, for pathways, short pathways. Let me make it point. In Argentina and most of the Mercosur countries, the traditional careers are structured by subjects. So you don't buy credit. So you need to have a degree in philosophy, you need to take 40 subjects, philosophy 1, 2, classical philosophy, Greek, Latin, etc. And all the universities offer different subjects, but they do not recognize it. So if you have a guy, like this was my case, studying political theory at one faculty, and the same university, different faculty, and philosophy at another faculty, the Faculty of Philosophy was unable to recognize the number of subjects that they have passed in the Faculty of Social Science and Political Theory because we are the knowledge, or whatever the reason. So there is not a credit system. And this, in particular for the engineer careers, is a problem because not all the universities offer the same specialization in engineering, and this happens everywhere. Some regions are better in this because of natural conditions. So how to enhance mobility and make all the knowledge available to all the students, it's a problem. One of the discussions that Flavia was mentioning is that there is now a more or less common understanding in the country and more or less common understanding in the region that recognition of pieces of formation, what in Europe has been sorted out by the use of credits, but recognition of that periods of study are very important, and they are starting to promote it. And the use of technology has helped because students can be much more exposed to other training, to offers from another universities, etc. So it's like a bottom-up pressure. Sorry, I'm not translating, I'm explaining this, but it's very complicated for non.
Y para cerrar, creo que este cambio va a ser posible debido a la fuerza que se está teniendo al reunirse en universidades a nivel internacional, a nivel Mercosur, Chile y Bolivia, con universidades de Argentina, porque van imponiendo un poco la agenda. Y bueno, esperemos que los organismos nacionales, a través de esta presión, vayan cambiando el sistema y podamos realmente hacerlo en forma mucho más dinámica y eficiente.
So universities are gathering together not only in Argentina but also in the Mercosur, which is Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Venezuela, and Chile and Bolivia. They are gathering together more and more, and they are putting a lot of pressure to the system, to the policymakers, to understand the need to include recognition mechanisms between these universities to flexibilize a little bit the curriculum that allow it's like a better integrated approach to the academic offer in the region. Thank you very much. Gracias. Now, let me go now very quickly to our project. So we have learned now that more or less all the universities are under pressure, surviving somehow. They need to face this tension. They are, in different ways, they are looking for tools that allow them to promote a more flexible approach, either if these tools are facilitated, as in the case of Luca and Alfredo were mentioning, by the Bologna process, or in the case of South America, by the pressure from the institutions, or as Juan Miquel was saying, in Spain, by some people that are pushing to promote this. But more, and Vita Global has been a project, as Elizabeth and Monica were explaining, about implementing modules in very rigid schemes. So this was a challenge and a lot of innovative approaches to be literally at the edge of what was legally possible, because you need to implement, one module was implemented in South America at the doctoral level, some other universities, I think in Georgia, did at the master level. In South Africa, some modules were offered standing alone. The CPUT also maneuver. So, and at the graduate level, so it depends on each legal or accreditation system that allow us to make an example. But what I want to know in 2-3 minutes from each of you, but in particularly by Jean Michel and you, Flavia, that have been directly engaged in the implementation of a module. What have you learned? What's your let's say takeaway from this experience?
What have I learned? Yeah.
How was the experience? You went to Chile, you implemented the model in Chile. How was the?
In fact, yeah. What I have learned is that maybe you can, when you implement something and you explain something to other people that are not in your program, so ask yourself if that will be understandable. Understandable. Yeah, could be understood by the people who will recite the model. So that is the point of this. Question yourself. That is, for me, is a way to improve.
Okay.
Bueno, en el caso de la Facultad de Ciencias Agrarias específicamente, creo que este proyecto de Vita Global ha permitido consolidar una estrategia de ampliación y modernización de la oferta formativa, no solamente para estudiantes de posgrado en lo académico, sino sobre todo para responder a necesidades que tiene la industria y el medio. A través del máster de viticultura.
For us, Vita Global was a key tool to foster the new offer of the University of Cuyo. So there was a direct impact of the project in the, let's say, understanding of the offer of the Faculty of Agronomy.
Pudimos ver a través del video donde expresó Jimena la importancia que tienen los módulos que se están desarrollando, la difusión que se ha tenido con socios internacionales, tanto para el caso de la asignatura o el módulo mejor, que se denomina Sostenibilidad en Viticultura, el de Marketing Estratégico, y también el recientemente discutido de Enoturismo.
So the participation of multiple international actors in the building up of the academic modules have been very important in the general strategy of organizing the teaching, in Monica's term, or in the white paper's term, at the University of Cuyo. It's interesting because Jean-Michel was mentioning a personal position, so he learned through the process how to question, how to face to different traditions. And in the case of one South American institution, the impact has been more, let's say, at the organization of the learning of.
Y para terminar, esto también nos posiciona como una universidad que está muy ayornada al momento actual, nos abre nuevas puertas para investigaciones, para servicios, y también nos permite tener una imagen en el medio socioproductivo de carácter internacional en una temática tan sensible e importante como es la industria vitivinícola, clave en nuestra producción local.
So Vita Global, and this is the selling part, Vita Global has been very important for the University of Cuyo to position the university as a university very close to internationalization processes, very linked to regional industry, and with an approach to this relationship I was mentioning before between internationalization, flexibilization, and industry dialogue. That's quite modern. She used the word modern in the innovative, ¿no? Yo la quiero eliminar porque me da miedo decir algo, está escaneando cada palabra. Innovative in the region. Now we have, as we had a commercial break, we need to take 10 more minutes. Before asking every panelist, what do we do now? Because it's up to them to decide. I want to open the floor to 1 or 2 comments. We have 1 comment. I will take 3. So 1. Any other comment, question? I need to take 3. Come on. Only 1. Okay.
Well, mine is not a question.
It's a comment.
I would like to present myself first because it's my first, so to say, presence on your very interesting meetings. My name is Levan Pesuriani. I'm from Georgia Technical University. It's a technology transfer and plans office I represent. I wanted to say a couple of words about Bologna process, how this works in Georgia, and how Vita Global has worked in my university. First of all, we signed Bologna process about 2005, and the implementation of those reforms from the process was quite different in Georgia because I represent the state university, and in state universities the reforms are much slower than the private universities. So private universities got hold of the positive sides of this process much faster than the state universities. The second about the transfer of knowledge and transfer of the about main job of the university to organize the knowledge in the right way. From our perspective, so to say, from Georgian perspective, it's not even well, in Georgian perspective, we understand the needs of the business. Well, I'll explain the different way. University in Georgia, the state universities are more becoming as the hubs of the social problems and also hubs of the technology problems that the business faces at the moment. So it's much easier for the state universities to take these kind of roles in the public than it's a private university. So there are several public universities in Georgia that work in the technical sphere, and it's very important for us to position university in the scope of the problems from the industry. So in organization of the information transfer, as we see and as the many grant organizations now start, is to specify the study on the problem that is facing from the industry. So because it takes too much time, 4 or 5 years before the needed personnel finished the university degree for him to go into industry. Before it worked like this, quite fine. But because the problems in the industry is coming up quite fast and quickly, we need to react on those issues. And the best reaction on those issues is the short, from our perspective, also it's not advice, to make a short, specific courses on the problems that come from the industries, factories, many different. Also, international organizations are focusing on this, on the grant schemes. So
Okay.
this is what I want to
Same. From a Georgian perspective, then we also see that there are the same problems, or more or less the same approaches to thinking. So thank you for letting us know that line. Now, to close the discussion, we have prepared a question that's going to be too long. So I'm going to make it shorter, simply because we will discuss also the sustainability aspects of the global later on. And some of the question was, what are the takeaways of your institution on this, which is something that more or less all the institutions have already mentioned. But what I want to ask you, starting with Paula, is if the Vita Global experience can be capitalized in a different discipline. If the approach of Vita Global can be transversal to other, let's say, areas of knowledge of your institution, this is a sort of yes and no, or yes, that would be great, no, we don't want, type of answer to my question. So, Paula, first, is Talca looking at Vita Global as a good tool for another areas? Paula.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, ahora sí.
Sí, sí. ¿Te me lo puedes repetir, por favor? Que está ahí.
Yo preguntaba, te lo pregunto en castellano, yo preguntaba por sí o por no, si la experiencia de Vita Global y la metodología o los resultados, ¿no?, de Vita Global pueden ser capitalizados o serán capitalizados por la Universidad de Talca en otras disciplinas, en otras áreas.
Sí, bueno, por supuesto, yo creo que nosotros comenzamos en el área vitivinícola y vinificación, que es donde tenemos mucho contacto y mucha relación con el mundo productivo, y es donde también es uno de nuestros sellos en la carrera de agronomía, y creemos que eso va a ser un puntapié inicial para que otras carreras puedan compartir y evidenciar esta experiencia. Es decir, yo creo que parte de la internacionalización apunta a lo que yo señalaba al comienzo de las comunidades de aprendizaje, de que docentes se atrevan a innovar y que también sean generosos en transmitir esa experiencia a otros profesores. Yo creo que esa es la forma más rápida de poder adherir a una innovación.
Okay. The answer is yes, and mainly because this idea that she was presenting before of pushing learning communities that can transfer different approaches, and they have started with the culture, whatever you pronounce it, sector, because well, the university needs it of a strong culture. Yeah, viticultura, that's it. Viticultura element, but that they are willing to transfer this to another areas of knowledge, in particular to help professors to innovate in their teaching practices. Luca, Polonia will use this for further exploration.
I fully agree with Paola. And in Bologna, we had a very similar idea for the development of a community for teacher, student, and stakeholder. And the Vita Global project is a very, very interesting model for improving the academic cooperation. And Of course, this approach can be exported to all the other fields because it is a strategy, a vision for teaching and learning activities. So that I find very, very interesting is this idea that students can become manager of themselves by searching in different locations for the skill that they believe it must acquire in order to successfully enter in the labor market. This is a wonderful perspective. All the different institutions offer their expertise, and they can select. This is the best that networking, flexibility, modularization can offer to students during their career. Now, I think that there's an obstacle that should be overcome. That is, we have to create the condition that can allow all students to move along the different partner institutions with the same ease, independently from their area of origin. This is a critical point that should be solved for exploiting the best way this sense of community that is built through this kind of project. And this is a hope that I want to share with you.
Luca, so we are going to propose the Vita promoters as well. Alfredo from Porto, I don't know if Alfredo is online, it's still online. Is he?
No.
No, yeah, we
have to leave.
No problem. We understand our commercial break was too long. Flavia, and then we finish with.
Bueno, muy bien. Bueno, el proyecto Vita Global, que tiene esta propuesta de internacionalización, modulación, es una herramienta extraordinaria para reflexionar sobre el rol actual de las universidades con una mirada moderna e innovativa. Además, es un incentivo muy interesante para profesores y también los estudiantes, por lo cual nos interpela para repensar espacios, procesos y metodologías.
Vita Global is a Vita Global outputs are a very good tool to rethink the university, to rethink the role of the university, but also to rethink what is to teach, or the teachers' practices and the relationship with the students, implementing innovative methodologies.
Muy bien, y por último, conocer, compartir y comparar experiencias comunes, como se ha hecho en este proyecto, nos genera grandes oportunidades y también posibilidades de mejora y de trabajo conjunto.
And knowing, sharing, compartir, compartir la presentación, compartir, comparar, sharing, comparing, and learning or different experiences from different places. It's important as well to know where we are and how we can cooperate. So again, this idea of the community of people. And last, the boss.
The boss is at Madrid. So
your boss, my boss is here.
Yeah. No, I think that for us, we can take lessons of what we have done. But yeah, I don't know what to say. So
something. Yes.
Yes. I say just yes, because I would say we can focus more on the but for me, it's good for the students. It's good for shared knowledge, but the best thing, or the most impressive, is to create a network. So because with the network, after you can develop whatever you want. So I think that this is the
so again, the community
most that I take home from Vita Global.
Thank you very much. Let me compliment the boss with one line. Jean Michel is very humble, but the Rovira Regime is already working with us. We are helping in some projects and another, for example, on tourism. not inspired directly from Vita Global, but using a little bit the Vita Global spirit. So we are very happy to mention this because it is already happened.
So I will finish.
Good.
No, because it's the second time you mentioned it, and for me, is the new project we applied for is a tool that puts together Vita Global, Winter, because we use for this project students from our master program, also the Erasmus Mundus master program, together with the I would say that in French is la filière, that's the wine sector. So that is, I think that is, it's much more, or we are improving a little bit Vita Global, putting the students inside the project. And that is,
Thank you very much, all of you. Gracias a todos. I think we can have lunch now.
Yeah, at the same place.
Same place downstairs.
Yeah. And one question about the bottles for tomorrow
Okay, you can
evening.
say bye-bye to the.
Okay.
Nico, you can say bye.
Yes, gracias a los colegas online. Gracias,
All the best to all of you.
Gracias, Luca. Sorry, before we run to the food, one small logistic announcement. We need to be short in having lunch. We will start 2:15 sharp, and we also need to take a picture. So now we have a short. Before lunch, we will take a picture, and then lunch. But lunch we need to rush because if people are going to be online for the next session, and we don't want to lose them. Thank you very much.
If you have some bottles, please give
Buenos días, yo soy Mariana Juri.
Change in the program, and because the place that in the program, this is going to be the session with the industry and universities, and the space of the program that was saved for Maria Teresa Tinte from Jujuy is going to be taken by Maximiliano Hernandez, and Maria Teresa will be speaking. Maria Teresa, no, Teresa de Jesús. I am inventing the Marias on top of every Argentinian woman's name. Yeah? So, Teresa de Jesús will be speaking tomorrow in the area of big topics. Let me also thanks Teresa for accepting this this change. Teresa has been invited by us, the University of Rovira Virgili and the European Commission to be here after we met her in Jujuy, and we have asked her to make a presentation about the spirit of producing wine in altitude context from the perspective of a small producer. So thank you, Teresa, for joining us. It's a long journey from Jujuy, from La Quebrada Mahuaca to here, and thanks so much for accepting the change in the program. So if everybody agrees, then Maria Jimena, no? Maria Jimena will take the lead.
Thank you. I'm not the moderator, that's another change, but Alvaro is the moderator. I will only introduce these two keynote speakers coming now and tell you that up to now we've heard the academia's view about all this, the academia's view on flexibilization, on the need for skills, but it's the turn to listen to the industry. So we say from the beginning of the project that this project is to link academia with industry. So we thought these two keynote speakers that we have now.
Sorry, but we cannot see Jimena talking.
Okay, but you can hear me.
No, thanks.
Okay. So as Vita Global Project established the link with the industry, I will repeat this, but we've only heard this morning the academia part. So it's now the turn to hear the members from the industry that are the ones that at the end receive our students, our graduate students and our postgraduate students. So thank you very much, Maximiliano Hernandez Toso, for being here with us.
Maximiliano Hernandez Toso is not only a winemaker, a person with a lot of experience in the wine industry. Now he is responsible for mergers and acquisitions for Global and former president of Wines of Argentina. He's also a student of our master's degree in viticulture and enology. So he has these two views of industry and also a student. So I'm sure he will be able to show us, to tell us the universities, which are the things we are missing, which are the opportunities, and how we should proceed now after this experience of Vita Global. Thank you, Maxi, for accepting this invitation.
Thank you, Jimena, and hola a todos. Those of you in Tarragona and beyond in the club here with me. I'm actually the oldest student of viticulture and enology in the Facultad de Ciencias Agrarias, so that's quite an honor. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I truly believe in the role of universities in local development, and so I therefore can sympathize with a Vita Global vision. I think there is a lot of very high value added things to do in our regions. So today I would like to share with you a real world case, the challenge I faced back in April 2020 as the new incoming president of Wines of Argentina for a period of 2 years, just in the outbreak of the COVID crisis. And I think from there we can learn a lot of very interesting lessons about the needs of the wine sector in upskilling and reskilling. So let me first start with Wines of Argentina. We are basically an organization that since 1993 has been promoting the brand and the country image of Argentine wines around the world. So this is the only thing we do. We have a very simple mission. We don't do, wine industry representation, or conduct a dialogue with government, or, we negotiate with labor, or do all the others tasks that usually has a wine business chamber. We have just one mission: to promote the Argentine wine brand abroad, and we do this basically up to April 2020 with basically we are in short, an event organizer. We organize tastings, participation in wine trade fairs around the world. We receive thousands of people every year in Argentina. We talk to traditional wine media players such as, the Wine Spectator, the Wine Enthusiast, or the Wine Advocates, or the ones in Europe. And this is what we do. And so in April 2020, we were in the General Assembly of Wines of Argentina, and after electing a president, we received the news that that actually Provine in Düsseldorf will not be carried out this year because of the COVID crisis. So basically, that was the main motivation and the challenge we faced. So basically, we are an event organizer, and suddenly events are no longer allowed. So, actually some people suggest me, why don't you shut down Wines of Argentina for 2 years after actually we can start again with events. So, and, but this was really not a good idea. We were a stagnant category. The exports of Wines of Argentina basically started in the year 2000. You have some history before, but really the boom of exports started in 2020. But in 2012, actually exports didn't grow anymore for 10 years actually until 2021, when we actually started to grow again. We had, as a category, a dependency on Malbec as our flagship varietal, with about 50% of our exports, and with little development of other products. And Malbec is only 20% of our area under vine, so there is no reason why should account for 50% of our exports, even though Malbec is Malbec Argentina Malbec is an easy message. We had a challenge, the long-term challenge, to show the world that we can produce also other exceptional products besides Malbec. And another problem that we were facing is the lot of competitiveness from macroeconomic regions. So we are the only relevant wine producing country in the world who is in the middle of macroeconomic chaos. So basically inflation, not the one that the world is facing after COVID. The one we face in Argentina for the last century basically made our products more expensive, so we had no way around but to sell premium products. That's a huge challenge. And promotional format was, as I explained, largely offline. And, we had I would say, a very capable organizations, but our capabilities were analogic. We are not prepared for the digital era. So, and our goal there was to revitalize the Argentine wine category, as I said, to show the market that Malbec is just the tip of the iceberg, that we can produce a lot of things from, traditional Bordeaux varietals, such as, Cabernet Sauvignon, or Merlot, or, Burgundy varietals such as Chardonnay or Pinot Noir, and even we have very interesting indigenous varietals such as Criolla, Torrontes, or even Bonarda. And obviously, because of what I said, we have we are urged to play in the premium segment. So in the value for money category, for our domestic problems, we cannot sustain a position long term. In terms of format, we had no other option. With COVID, everything was suspended, and the only thing we could do is, digital marketing. And so, here is the number one challenge. So you can sum up this challenge saying you have an upskilling or reskilling challenge. You need to transform an organization that is prepared to organize events around the world and to receive visitors, basically to promote the Argentine wines in a digital format. That was actually the real challenge. So, as I said, this project started at the beginning of the pandemic in a very complex and uncertain context. And the goal was, to actually increase the awareness of the Argentine wine brand abroad using digital marketing, because, mainly, it was, we were foreseeing this challenge as a long-term challenge, but suddenly, it was, a short term. We need to do it now. So basically, we executed a project that lasted 15 months. It was centered in 5 special campaigns that I will describe shortly. We decided to concentrate efforts in the U.S. market because it's our number one market, and consumption during the pandemic show very strong. And we don't have to start from scratch. The other alternative was China, but in China our category was in a very early stage, we actually decided to concentrate on what we know more, the U.S. market, and where actually our products are more well known, and actually where the Malbec phenomenon started. And actually the market is huge and our market share is small. So all these conditions ended up, and we need to invest in digital marketing. We need to invest in digital media. We have very short pockets, and so we will concentrate in just one market. And the one very important thing is we are an association of about 200 wineries. Most of them are very small. I think only 15 of our partners export more than $10 million per year. So you have the other 190 below $10 million, and actually maybe you have 150 members that exports less than $1 million. So very small players that actually rely on Wines of Argentina for support in international trade. Basically, we step back and we design long-term strategy with activities covering all the marketing channel. From awareness. We usually, at Wines of Argentina, concentrating doing awareness, brand awareness. So the early stage of the funnel, but the interesting thing is that with digital marketing, you can go, an organization such as Wines of Argentina can go to the other end of the funnel, because you can actually convert leads into real sales. And this is something we learn how to actually do. If you are, in traditional market and you do a tasting in, I don't know, the New York Public Library, then, a consumer needs to go to an independent wine shop in Manhattan to buy a Malbec, right? But if you are doing a digital marketing campaign, you can actually pass this lead into an online retailer, and you can actually execute a sale in a few seconds. So this is something that we need to learn how to do. So we actually establish clear objectives and KPIs in how to track progress in terms of brand positioning, brand activation, amplification of the brand messages in digital media, and actually targeting engagement in our digital assets. So we designed a campaign for 2021 that was actually based in 5 key activities. Vino Argentino in the early part of the year, then Malbec World Day, which is our signature event, the summer program, which is usually hard for Argentina, which is considered a big, bold red wine producer, and with less recognition in terms of rosés or whites or sparkling. And then we close the year with obviously the winter campaign and the year-end campaign, Better Than Ever. And we all, besides these 5 programs, we had an always on campaign. So the Malbec World Day. So we've done the Malbec World Day for maybe 15 years, but we had to do it. Actually, Malbec World Day is in March, so we had to face Malbec World Day in April and March. We have to face Malbec World Day in 2021 100% digital, because we were not allowed to invite people to our embassies abroad, and so we usually do events during 1 month to celebrate Malbec World Day in about 20-25 cities, with a partnership with our embassies, and so this was not allowed. So we conducted events, online events, in 1 month, and was actually, in terms of engagement, was the most successful Malbec World Day ever. Obviously, influencers and all the key platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube were crucial. We actually did a lot of noise with small investments. Media sips, one of the challenges of digital marketing is that, you no longer, or, traditional media such as, Wine Enthusiast or the Wine Spectator or Decanter in London, they are not that relevant. You need to talk to Google, you need to talk to Meta, right? And they are actually expensive, and you need to know how to do it. So we partnered with our wineries to co-invest in actions. And so, for example, media sips. So we told our wineries, why don't you invest with us in digital media, and we'll promote both our brand Wines of Argentina and your brand. And this was actually very successful, and a format that is new for the digital world, because in the past always we never makes the Wines of Argentina brand with a partner wineries, but in the digital world that actually the distance between a lead and an actual sale is shorter. This is something we need to do, and we started to do it really successfully. Very important thing, you will never be successful as Wines of Argentina if your wineries are not sophisticated enough in terms of digital marketing. So one of the key things of our program was actually digital marketing training for our wineries. So we actually design a special program around 8 topics, and we did actually 8 meetings, online meetings, with actually only 12 hours of training. We had around 700 participants, and basically the result was we had all our wineries very excited about digital marketing. Obviously, then in late 2021 and early 2022, we restarted with offline events, like our events like Making Wine History or Argentina's Got Range, that actually promotes the diversity of our wines, or Women of Venice, but all these offline events were done with online amplification. So from the invite, the VIP digital invite, to social media amplification, to the distribution of teasers for mobile phones, and actually tasting notes and tasting information, so we learned how to amplificate the message of offline events online. And actually is the impact you make online, even though the event is offline, is much bigger. We actually developed apps to explain the different regions of Argentina. We conducted a lot of events for VIP wine personalities, and we actually sent gift boxes before the tasting, so they can actually we can actually conduct a tasting online, but you receive the wines before, together with Argentine food. And actually we then did a lot of events online, for instance, sommelier tasting, so we had a program for sommeliers in Latin America, and we actually moved the program online, and we actually trained 3 times more people than we used to do offline. We did tasting guides, and we did a very successful program called Women of Argentina, because we not only have Jimena there, we have a lot of women in the Argentine wine industry, and we discovered during research that this is something the other producers can actually not show as much. So we actually launched a campaign called Women of Argentina that was really successful. So basically the outcomes. Basically, we in 2021, the Argentine exports grew again. Actually, we reached our historic peak this year with, basically growth in the US as the driving force. We moved from, reactive digital behavior using only, social media in the old way to a long-term or omni-channel strategy. We developed a lot of relationship with online retailers. We actually unified the message of the Argentine wine brand in both online and offline challenge. We learn a lot about our audiences, using data and analytics. That's another difference with traditional marketing. You get a lot of information. For instance, in the Malbec World Day, in the old days, we didn't know who was celebrating Malbec World Day in the Shanghai embassy. Now, with the Malbec World Day, we know exactly where this, participant is from, how long he stay or she stay in the event, where is he from, what is his income status, all the information you can actually get with digital marketing technologies. And actually, at the end, what we did is we decided a digital ecosystem with assets around Wines of Argentina, around Wines of Argentina, like a blog, very successful social media pages, and a lot of information about our targets, so our digital ecosystem, which is a crucial asset for the future, improved a lot during the pandemic with this project. Basically, a few metrics you can see here, and that's another difference. You measure different things in digital marketing that you measure with traditional marketing. For instance, blog sessions, you can see, 1,400% growth. And basically we didn't use our blog, and we discovered our blog was crucial to inform the trade about, very sophisticated things, and that you cannot do it, over Instagram. And so the blog was a kind of a star within our digital ecosystem. And then, engagement rate, obviously we still social media followers, new users, our view through rate increased, which is crucial in the digital world, from 3% to 80%. So, a lot of success, and actually we were recognized by Google as a success story in digital marketing, basically for the use, the innovative use we did with, Google tools such as Google Ads or Google Analytics. And then, going to the skilling challenges, you see, long-lasting changes that were actually accelerated during the pandemic. Number one thing is wine buying channel. If you see this research by Wine Intelligence, during the pandemic, a lot of consumers moved to online channels, especially obviously in the US, in China, the top markets, and the UK, which are the top 3 markets. A lot of people moving from offline to online channels. So that's a huge change, and it's going to last. It's not just for the pandemic. Then you can check the forecast by IWSR, and you see, the forecast in terms of the exponential growth of the digital channels. And at the end, you see, and I try to capture the challenge of that the wine industry is facing with this, F1 race car entering boxes, yeah, and basically, I say, I think the industry is not only looking for new tires; it's looking for actually a new software, because maybe we will actually. For instance, do pruning or do harvest in the same way my great-grandparent did in Piedmont 100 years ago. So I'm not saying there are not, technological changes in viticulture and winemaking. What I'm saying is that what is going on in terms of wine trade and wine marketing is huge, and the industry is actually being reinvented. So if you see how actually we sell wine, we reach consumers, how we build brands, and how we communicate with consumers 100 years ago, even 10 years ago, and now, this is completely different. That's a huge challenge. And talent in this area is both scarce and expensive. And, we are competing with other industries that are also demanding digital marketing and trade expertise. And, we do not have deep pockets as they may have. So we have no way around but to train our own people. And so I think that digital trade and marketing skilling should be a top priority for Vita Global. So you not only need to talk about, very interesting viticulture and winemaking challenges, you need to talk about wine trade and wine branding in digital channels, because this is the number one, no doubt, this is the number one challenge the industry is facing. And, just to sum up or to close, you have, I say, 6 key new roles, very specific, like a digital marketing strategist. It's not the same thing if you are, building a brand with a tasting in Total Wine and more, that if you are, doing, campaigns online, content, the production of content, it's not the same. If you are, taking a picture or designing a short video for TikTok, you need very specific knowledge that usually a traditional marketing guy or a traditional content development guy does not have. You need to know about analytics and marketing, data. Data is something, you have tons and tons of data, and this is our number one asset in the future of wine marketing. You can learn a lot about your consumers, like you could not even dream about this, a few years ago. And you need to know how to handle tons and tons of data. Digital advertising specialists. This is not the same to, buy a cover story or, to pay for an ad in Wine Spectator than to actually deal with Meta or Google, or to deal with programmatic advertising, which is a crucial skill. You need to have, digital channels managers. It's new. It's completely new. You have in the US the 3-tier system that is transforming itself, and you have digital players. New digital players, from, I don't know, TripAdvisor, which is crucial, to several others. You have Amazon entering the wine world. You have the traditional retailers selling more online than offline. And you can actually, for instance, in West of Argentina, we close deals with specialized retailers. And so when we did our digital campaigns, we send all the traffic to a landing page, and from the landing page we refer to our online retailers, and they told us, how much sales your campaign sent to us. And so it is crucial to have, this expertise in terms of digital channels, and finally, digital business analyst. You need to, you have a lot of data to evaluate how your marketing investments and your marketing efforts are performing, and you can actually adjust this in real time. And this is, you know, you need to check reports with, I don't know, Google Analytics. You need to explore dashboards and using software tools and marketing intelligence tools to actually get business insights. And so these 6 crucial skills are, you know, actually, if you go to the market, you know, maybe you will need to compete with, you know, other industries with, again, deep pockets. And so the ones who actually can develop these internal capabilities from usually a very low base will be, you know, the successful winemakers in I would say tomorrow, because this is something, you know, that it will happen really fast. And I think the wine industry needs help from universities, and I think Vita Global can actually play a very interesting role here. Muchas gracias. I'm ready for questions or you know, the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Maxi. It was very interesting listening to you and learning. I think we have the next module for Vita Global, digitalization of the wine business, or something like that. Many of you are more from the technical knowledge, like viticulture, enology, and I think it's very interesting to listen to Maxi, how the market is pushing for changes. So we all, from all the areas related to wine, need to assess these challenges and opportunities he was introducing. So thank you very much. You've been really clear, motivating. Your PowerPoint, we need to have it. So if you allow me, I can share it with the audience. In the audience, as I told you, we have people from 15 universities from 9 countries, plus some representatives from the industry that will follow now to share their views that I'm sure will be online with what you've said. Caroline Martin from South Africa. I've seen her taking notes and she's very fun on this subject, so I'm sure you enjoy this. And also we have producers from Tarragona and from Jujuy. So together with the teachers, your material will be interesting to think on the sustainability strategy of this project. So thank you. I don't know if there are some questions for Maxi. Otherwise, we will have the next video. Some questions? Yes. Comments? No? Nap time here, Maxi, so it's difficult. After lunch, it's always difficult. But thank you. It's been really nice to hear you. Thank you.
I guess you had really good wines, right?
We have some cava. That was the problem.
Oh, cava.
Follow after cava. Okay, and now we have a
Sanadurni Danoia is my favorite region, or one of my favorite regions in Spain. I have a lot of friends there.
Which region? Can you repeat the region?
Sanadurni Danoia, right?
Right. Okay, great. Thank you, Maxi. You can follow, if you have some time, you can follow the next session as you wish. Otherwise, it's in YouTube.
Thank you.
But when you have some time.
I don't know how to close.
Okay. And now we will have a video from Mariana Jury. Mariana Jury is the actual president of the Great Wine Capitals Network, a network that includes main cities of the wine industry all over the world. The General Assembly of this union has taken place in Mendoza last week. She's also a senator for Mendoza at the national level, and she's a teacher of tourism. So we thought it would be very interesting to know her view on what is missing or what things we should do from academia. It's a video that is recorded, and I think Eloy will show it, right? It's in Spanish, that's the only thing. So maybe Nicolás can translate if it's necessary, or I can do it.
días, yo soy Mariana Jury, soy actualmente la presidenta de la Red Mundial de las Great Wine Capital, soy senadora nacional y ministra de Turismo y Cultura hasta el año pasado. Un agradecimiento especial por encarar este proyecto y este estudio tan trascendente para el futuro de nuestros pueblos. Quiero agradecer especialmente a la doctora Jimena Estrella, quien me invitó y coordina por nuestra Universidad Nacional de Cuyo este proyecto, pero para nosotros que haya 15 universidades de 9 países distintos abocados al tratamiento de este tema, realmente es muy importante para nosotros. Empezar a hablar sobre la visión de la industria del turismo o del turismo, sobre la formación, cuáles son las prioridades en la formación es fundamental. El turismo realmente está lleno de oportunidades. Es una gran fuente de empleo, diría yo, de contribución al empleo joven, sobre todo, al empleo de las mujeres, al empleo de muchos sectores más vulnerables de la sociedad. Pero no solamente es un generador de empleo y, por supuesto, de recursos para cada uno de los países a donde el turismo se desarrolla. Es también, y en estos momentos tan complejos, una gran oportunidad de entendimiento entre los pueblos. Siempre hablamos, o casi siempre hablamos, de los beneficios del turismo en términos económicos, y hoy creo que está haciendo incluso un aporte más global y más estratégico que tiene que ver con entenderse entre los pueblos. A mí me gustaría repasar con ustedes algunos datos significativos en este sentido, que creo fundamental que lo repasemos, porque el turismo ha vivido en la pandemia sin duda la crisis más profunda que ha tenido la actividad turística a lo largo de su historia. Cualquiera de los que analizamos los fenómenos turísticos sabemos muy bien que ni las guerras, que son los otros motivos que paralizan la actividad turística en el mundo, ha tenido el tremendo impacto que tuvo la pandemia. Pero también en eso tengo que decirle que sin duda significó una gran crisis donde lamentablemente muchos de nuestros emprendedores perdieron sus establecimientos o quedaron sin empleo, pero también es una gran oportunidad que tenemos de repensar cómo vamos a hacer con este turismo post pandemia. Para que tengamos una idea, son más o menos 474 millones de turistas internacionales lo que lo hicieron entre enero y julio del 2022. Si bien esto es un 60% aproximadamente, si comparábamos en un valor similar a la prepandemia, también tenemos que saber que el turismo se ha recuperado mucho más rápido de lo que pensábamos. Y esto entonces es una gran oportunidad para nosotros. Y ahora sí me gustaría hablar de por qué creo que es una gran oportunidad para todos y cómo tenemos que pensar este turismo. Porque también convengamos que la mala planificación turística había hecho que muchos destinos del mundo empezaran a colisionar entre la llegada de los turistas con la población local. Una población local que cuando se ve desbordada, cuando se ve que hay aumentos de precios desmedidos por parte del turismo, cuando ven que el empleo no es local, sino que no somos capaces de generar las herramientas necesarias para que sean la población local las que trabajan a través del turismo, empiezan a entrar en crisis. Por eso creo que hoy tenemos una gran oportunidad y que la formación de nuestros jóvenes y de las personas en el mundo del turismo hoy es fundamental. ¿Por qué? Porque además, entre las tendencias más importantes que nosotros vamos teniendo, es que tenemos un turista cada vez más formado, más informado, más exigente, con un mayor nivel de gasto. Esto, si bien es un dato absolutamente alentador, que es que cada turista gasta mayor cantidad de recursos en el lugar que visita, también es cierto es que esto lo hace cada vez más exigente. Por eso esto hace que la mano de obra tenga que ser cada vez más calificada y cada vez más preparada. Muchas veces me preguntan a mí cuál es el desafío justamente en la formación de los nuevos trabajadores o de los trabajadores del sector turístico. Y afortunadamente el sector turístico tiene una ventaja que no requiere solamente la formación de cargos gerenciales, ni solamente de los planificadores o de alta formación, pero sí requiere una formación técnica muy específica. Nosotros realmente necesitamos formar a nuestras personas teniendo en cuenta estos requerimientos, formarla en oficios. Nosotros necesitamos realmente tener buenas mucamas, buenos guías de turismo, buenos conserjes, además de las otras formaciones profesionales. No hay duda que uno de los requerimientos más importantes tienen que ver con los idiomas. Mientras más globalizado se encuentra el mundo del turismo, nosotros necesitamos tener una clara formación en idiomas para cualquiera de los niveles de formación que nosotros en ese sentido tengamos. ¿Qué es lo otro muy importante que creo que tenemos que tener en cuenta en esto? También es pensar que no solamente estas características que decía, los otros dos pilares que están muy vinculados con los nuevos requerimientos son que la gente hace más cantidad de viajes pero más cortos y además con distintos grupos de interés. Ya esa vacación tradicional, familiar de 15 días a la costa atlántica empieza a desaparecer y empezamos a tener justamente esta demanda de viajes más cortos, lo que hace que sean más especializados. Por lo cual, nunca más tomaría razón de ser aquella frase de que los que le queremos vender todo a todos, le terminamos vendiendo nada a nadie. Y entonces necesitamos además que a quienes formamos en el mundo del marketing, de la comunicación turística, de cómo atraer nuevos segmentos, vayamos entendiendo que necesitamos especializar nuestro producto y comunicarlo de ese modo. Entender que el turismo deportivo, que el turismo de aventura, es decir, muy segmentado para que puedan además repetir nuestros destinos infinidad de veces. Y eso, entender las nuevas tendencias turísticas mundiales, es fundamental en la formación de la mano de obra. Y ya para finalizar, me gustaría hacer hincapié en dos temas. Que la otra gran formación o el otro gran eje sobre lo que ha cambiado mucho es que ese turista es cada vez más consciente del cuidado del ambiente y lo valora en los destinos. Es decir, ninguna de nuestras personas que constituyen el mundo de brindar servicios turísticos no debería ser absolutamente consciente que tenemos pasajeros que requieren que todos seamos conscientes en el cuidado del ambiente. Esto requiere desde los planificadores que tienen que entender que las capacidades de carga, que la sustentabilidad de los destinos requieren importancia, pero también desde las formaciones básicas de entender, no sé, que las mucamas también tienen que comprender que el lavado de las toallas es una preocupación para el turista, que ya no le gusta, digamos, que estas cosas no se tengan en cuenta en cada uno de los lugares, el cuidado del agua, todo lo que hay que hacer, por ejemplo, en el mundo de los cruceros, que antes todo el tema de los desechos no era una preocupación. Hoy todas estas cosas son especialmente valoradas y por lo tanto el tema de la sustentabilidad tiene que tener un eje prioritario en la formación de las personas. Y finalmente, también entender que lo que ha ocurrido es que durante la pandemia muchos de nuestros trabajadores, como se dijo en ese momento, se reconvirtieron, se reinventaron y mutaron a otros sectores, entendiendo que el turismo iba a tener mucha demora en su recuperación. La verdad es que esa pronta recuperación en el mundo del turismo ha tenido una demanda mayor de la prevista y muy rápida. Por eso hoy están ocurriendo crisis como, por ejemplo, todo lo que es la logística en los aeropuertos, la logística en las terminales de pasajeros, donde hemos visto en muchos lugares muchas fotografías sobre cómo han aumentado el tema de la pérdida de los equipajes o cómo se hacen más colas, y justamente tiene que ver con la logística de cada una de estas actividades que cada vez están teniendo mayores requerimientos, tanto en los aeropuertos, en las terminales, pero lo mismo ocurre con la gastronomía. Seguramente ustedes habrán escuchado en muchos destinos del mundo donde se dice lo que pasa que faltan mozos porque falta la atención al cliente. Bueno, esto también ha tenido que ver con una mutación durante la pandemia de mucha de nuestra mano de obra. Por lo cual me gustaría dejarles un mensaje, nuevamente agradecerles de que se hayan abocado a la tremenda preocupación que puede significar cómo adecuar nuestros estudios, la formación de nuestras personas para que sirva mejor al mundo del turismo. ¿Qué disciplinas son las que podrían abordar mejor las universidades? Yo me permito dejar nada más que una reflexión, que es decir que el turismo es realmente una fuente inagotable de empleo y de recursos para nuestras sociedades, pero que es fundamental que estén bien planificados, que el turismo no puede, y hoy menos que nunca, ser producto de la improvisación, y que un destino turístico termina siendo exitoso no porque sea más lindo o más feo, o tenga más recursos o menos recursos. Hoy todos los destinos turísticos pueden serlo, porque la gente tiene distintas demandas. ¿De qué depende que un destino turístico sea más exitoso? De la capacidad que tengamos de recibirlos bien, de brindar buenos servicios, y en eso justamente el recurso humano cumple un rol fundamental. También pensemos entre todos que el turismo, aunque avancemos en temas tecnológicos, a diferencia de otras actividades económicas, el recurso humano va a ser irreemplazable, porque justamente una de las cosas que buscamos como turistas es tener el contacto con esa comunidad local, también sentirnos parte en esto de la conciencia que tenemos de la mejora sustantiva de los lugares a donde se desarrolla. También el turista valora que la mano de obra sea local y que estemos contribuyendo al empleo local de muchas de esas comunidades que visitamos. Así que el reto es enorme, porque además mientras más gaste un turista, y eso depende de nosotros, vamos a poder dar más oportunidades, pero no se gasta más en un destino caro, se gasta más en un destino diversificado y bien planificado. Por lo cual, muchas gracias nuevamente y agradezco a que todas estas universidades estén pensando el turismo que viene en un momento clave, porque, insisto, la pandemia ha sido una gran crisis, pero también una gran oportunidad para el turismo.
Okay, I will try to sum up this 12 video in 3 minutes. Someone can help me if you want, please. So first, Mariana has congratulated us for the work we are doing, and she has described the scenario for tourism and how the pandemic has affected, really generating a crisis. But she sees it's an opportunity because it has been the economic sector with the most quick recovery after the pandemic. She sees challenges for all levels of the people involved in tourism, and there she tells us that we need to assess all those needs, from the top level management of tourist services to the more operative services that are also involved, and define the quality of the service. What else? Sustainability and environmentally friendly aspects it's also something she says consumers are looking for. So something that wineries and all people involved in tourism need to assess the sustainability issues and how to communicate them. Rodrigo has helped me with a lot of notes. Thank you so much. Let me check on them, or you can tell them if you want.
No, she talked over about the differences of the tourism. So now the climate change evolved. They are very informed. They have more knowledge about what we know. They have more money to spend in tourism, but they change also the time and the number of travel they make per year. They travel more, but for short periods. They are not typical before that all the family goes and travel around and now it's small groups with more power to buy, but for short periods. So, and they have more information about what they want. So they need that now the industry of tourism need people who are prepared to receive this kind of client. So we need to be prepared to more technical skill, more language skill. We need to speak more language. Global tourists, because not only English, they need to speak all the language. For example, for us, it's Portuguese or other. They're really because they're emerging clients for us. So they need to be prepared. And the other thing was. Yes, there was a lot. Grosso modo, it was that to be now the skill is to form the industry and to the organized industry to don't collapse, to don't, because they say, okay, the recover very quick. You need to planify the tourist sector also, because you need to see if you have the hotel, you have the road, you have everything. You need to planify the tourist.
Thank you very much. One last say that the link between the two presentations with a different approach is that we need to understand the market. Maximiliano has focused on the international market and which are wine consumers for Argentina, and Mariana has focused more on the local Argentinian level. But the idea or the approach of both of them is that we need to look how the market is changing and what consumers are looking for. So I think that's like a good lesson for us for understanding students as the first consumers of our services, and then understanding companies, organizations. It's not only the industry, but all the organizations related to one. So that's like, I mean, for me, the lesson that we can take from this whole presentation. And now the real moderator of the session, which is Álvaro.
We have two parts today. This was the first one. Well, so we have to present Caroline and you. Please, you are welcome to, and you keep there because you are part, but not from academical point of view. Now you are in the industry.
Yes.
Yes, I will introduce briefly, but after that, I will ask all of them. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start the part of our session this afternoon. There are many reasons why universities collaborate with industry, such as complementary skills, social impact, funding, economic development, and student success. The idea of this session is to discuss the current future skilling needs in the wine sector and the role of the industry and partnerships. And because this is important to hear the actors from the industry, and this afternoon we have as part of this panel Joan Miquel Canals from Canals Wines in Tarragona, and somebody you know located in Tarragona. This afternoon is part of the industry and now part of the academy, and Josep Maria Jaurado, it's the CEO and winemaker of Mastel Botola. It's Botoya. No, Boto. Mastel Boto. Mastel Boto. Sorry, it's and it's representative of the origin denomination of Tarragona from the south of our planet. It's very far, but with a very interesting point. I've heard very nice comments about her project. It's Caroline Martin from Creation Wine in South Africa. And I don't know if it's with us. It's from Anthropos Wine in Argentina. It's Sebastián Escalante. And Luciano Peirone, I can see you. Okay, welcome and nice to see you from here. And after start with the discussion, I would like to, I will ask you if you can to introduce yourself, introduce your companies, and introduce your regions, now that we know where exactly do you come from and what are you doing. And after that, we will start the discussion about the core of this meeting, of this session that is related with the skills you need in your different companies and regions. Maybe we can start with Caroline.
Perfect. So would you also like me to introduce my strategic question?
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. So
If you can introduce yourself too, because
yes.
and your company.
I'm Caroline Martin, and I'm delighted to be with you today. And my husband, Jean-Claude, and myself established Creation Wines 20 years ago in the Walker Bay area, which is...
Sorry, but there is a microphone. There is a microphone. Sorry. We will,
is this the right one?
let me see if it's open. If it works. It's on? Okay. Now it's okay. Sorry, yeah.
Perfect. So good afternoon. I'm Caroline Martin from South Africa, and I'm delighted to be with you today. My husband, Jean-Claude, and I established Creation Wines 20 years ago. It's in the Walker Bay region, and it's about an hour and a half from Cape Town, and it's in the Western Cape area, and so close to the ocean. Our vision is to be a world-class producer of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, and the most loved wine state and most innovative wine and food pairing gastronomy experience in local and international markets. So that's a tall order, isn't it? Setting the bar high. In terms of our strategic mission, first of all, it's really combining the rich gifts of nature and the unique terroir and the skills of our team, and striving to produce wines for the wine lover, wines of rare elegance, balance, distinction, and finesse, and especially that are working beautifully with gastronomy. And to achieve this, we build on a series of pillars that has a wider impact on our region and also, if I might say so, South Africa. So Creation's image as a world-class producer of Pinot Noir and Chardonnay is very important for these two cultivars, and our status is number 38 in the 2022 World Best Vineyards and number 1 in Africa has definitely drawn attention to our region and to our country, and also definitely invited a lot of interest in the business from the academic point of view in terms of research. Jean-Claude and I both come from wine pioneering families spanning 3 generations, and we hope that our son will become the 4th generation winemaker in our family soon. We are bridging the divide between the old and new worlds, and I think this is very important because it brings the North-South together in a way. And it's also, for us, it's about being a pioneer in terms of innovation, and it's drawing in wider clientele than just wine lovers. So one of the things that we work on is a 360-degree brand strategy wheel, looking at all of our stakeholders. And I work on that every day. For us, it's about what grows together goes together. So 80% of our produce comes from within 80 kilometers of Creation, and this obviously underpins our commitment to our lower carbon footprint and helps to boost the local economy. There is a great degree of trust and pride and respect from the employees that work, or the team that work with Creation. For us, it's about being a reputable, admired wine business. And the same applies for our suppliers, customers, and distributors who feel confident that they're dealing with a company that has high standards and fair and ethical business practices. And the physical and mental well-being of our people definitely creates a high-performance team. Just a great example of that is that I was telling someone last night, the vineyard team felt that, maybe the food was too healthy, and then they decided that they wanted, other foods, and then they didn't realize that by doing that, suddenly the absenteeism went up because they weren't eating as nutritionally well as they could. So it kind of goes all the way from our team right through to our people, and then it's about how we modify that and to incorporate cultural differences and things like that, and how that works. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. And, in the south. I will ask the colleagues from Anthropos Wines, please, if you can introduce yourself and your project, your region, in order we know where you come from with your wines, how it's your region, and after that we'll continue with the rest of our panel. Please, Sebastián.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días, buenas tardes allá. Mi nombre es Sebastián. Yo soy uno de los fundadores de Anthropo Wines. Así que nada, muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Luciano ahora va a hacer la introducción de nosotros, de nuestro proyecto. Así que bueno, de nuevo muchas gracias. Es un gusto para nosotros estar acá.
Okay. Sorry, yes, he's Sebastian. He's one of the partners in this company. And now, sorry, Luciano will tell us about the project. And please, Luciano, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Luciano Peirone. I'm the winemaker and also founder of Anthropo Wines. And well, thank you very much. It's a huge pleasure for us to be part of this meeting. Well, I'm going to speak a little bit about Jujuy. Well, Jujuy is a province located at the north of Argentina, in the border with Bolivia and Chile. We are far away from Buenos Aires and Mendoza. The province has less than 7,100 people living in here, so we are a small province. And well, Anthropo Wines is a project that started 2 years ago, and we are one of the 13 wineries that we have nowadays in our province. Well, we have the distinctive feature that we are located in the capital of the province, and we are the only urban winery in the north of the country. So that's something that makes us unique. Right now, we are making 20,000 bottles per year in our project, and for the next year, we have plans to make maybe 40,000 of different type of wines between white, red, rosé, orange, and sparkling wine. Well, when it comes to our vision, we have 3 main points. The first point is to approach wine to people, because we are the first and only urban winery in Jujuy. We are located close to the downtown of the city of Jujuy. And well, we want to approach people to wine in a province that doesn't have a traditional wine history, and almost nobody knows how wine is made, how wine is done. That's our first point. Then we have an educational purpose, because our location and because we are young people with willing to teach and help to this activity to grow. We have a strong commitment with this point, and we always said that this is like an experimental winery or a school winery where we have our doors open for everything. And last but not least, our last point is to make great wines. Jujuy is an extremely diverse province, as maybe many of you know. And we have the second, for example, we have the second highest vineyard in the world. And in our winery, we have wines from different places from Jujuy, from 8,000 meters until 2,800 meters, extremely high altitude wines. So we want to represent our terroir and what Jujuy has to offer to the wine world through our great wines. And finally, our mission is to make great wines in a province without a viticultural history, but with an extremely high potential, and also to accompany the exponential growth of Jujuy in what is related to education, culture, and wine tourism. Well, and the idea also is to work with other universities. We are working with other universities right now, also in Jujuy, and Anthropo is open to every university in the world. So thank you to all of the people from the universities.
Okay, thank you very much, Luciano. Thank you very much, Sebastián. And now we will continue with the north. Josep Maria, please, if you can tell us about your project in the region of Tarragona.
Okay. I am Josep Maria Llaurador, a co-owner of a family winery named Mas del Botó. Mas is like a farm in Catalan. It's located in a little village named Alforja. It's on the mountain of Tarragona. And this winery is registered in carbon appellation, in which I also consider member of representing the private wineries. The carbon appellation is the second in surface of area appellation in Catalonia, behind Penedès. And also it's a very diversity cultivar country, because I find vineyards near of the sea, close to the sea, until to 7 meters or 800 meters over the sea. There are different soils. Then all these things make a great diversity appellation. I don't know if you speak the goals of the council.
If you can,
yes,
yes,
no, okay. But two obvious goals of the appellation is to ensure the origin and the quality of the wines is shared with other appellation. A third objective is also shared with other appellation, is to promote the singularities. A fourth objective would be to facilitate of advice on the renovation of classic wines. Wines so that they are more in line with the taste of today's consumers. Even facilitate the creation of new wines. A five objectives would be to promote visit in the wineries in the territory. Finally, objective of our DO is to try to create awareness of belonging for the inhabitants of the territorial scope on the DDO.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, José María. And finally, from Canal Wines here in Tarragona.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think that I'm in all the soups. So, yeah, it is a very small familiar company created by my father in 1986. Yes, sorry. Okay, sure. So it wasn't a small company created by my father in 1986. We are the second generation, but we mainly produce cava, and we are very few quantity, 100,000 bottles. It's small for cava, and yeah, and that's it. So it's my I should say my third occupation. So I'm just involved in the winemaking and in the blending and preparing the tirage and the discording check and discording quality, kind of things. So I'm just an enologist, but it's managed by my family. I have a couple of brothers, my brother and my sister, who are managing really the company, and I know a little bit about it. Yeah, I know, of course, because I'm part of it, but you know, it sounds a little bit, you know, beside these people that are involved 100% in the company. And well, I will try my best, but you know,
it's a little different.
But I should say that Alvaro also are more or less in the same position than me. So it could be, he has also a wine company. It's shares of one company.
Yeah, that's a very little company, the Garage Wine. It's a very little company. That yeah, it's very exciting to produce wine and teach about wine and export wine. Okay. In order to continue with this session, I would like to separate two visions, the visions from abroad
from Tarragona and the visions that you have from this territory. And for that, I would like to ask you, Caroline, if you can continue. What are the profiles of the staff of employees at different levels you have in your company? Because it seems that it's a very diverse company. And what are the skills you need to fit and to develop those kind of employees in your case?
So we do have a wonderfully diverse team at Creation, and I think that to a large extent that is what creates the innovation in our business, alongside the feedback that we get from the diverse client base that come to visit us locally and internationally. We have 71 members in our team at the moment, and 60% of them are women, 80% are in South Africa coded as BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And this latter group is about 60% in middle management. In terms of skills and finding them, the skills that we need broadly fall into the following categories. So if we were going to talk technical, we would say primary production and then secondary production, and then we would talk about marketing, and then we'd talk about logistics and distribution. But actually, I've just sort of simplified it because I speak in plain English, so I hope it's okay for you. Not very technical. So the first thing is obviously in the primary production side of the vineyards. You know, it's really basic things like making sure that our pruning skills are really up there, and that we have professional pruners that then can actually train other pruners on site. And it's things like tractor drivers. I mean, it's just so expensive when you know break equipment, and so it's about how we manage things like that. We do have not steep vineyards like in Germany, but we have quite steep vineyards. So yeah. And then on the I think also obviously on the viticultural side, there's a lot of work to do on understanding climate change and knowledge transfer between academia and actually the viticulturists, and making sure that we're going through a continuous development process. And then on the cellar side, we would like to, for example, take our 2 cellar assistants and make sure that they actually get qualified as winemakers. So that's one of the next processes that we're looking at. And we do have 2 winemakers in the business already, but it would be great if the cellar assistants could also actually become qualified winemakers.
And those winemakers are from the universities in Stellenbosch?
One of them is from Stellenbosch University, the other is my husband. 2 of them are from Stellenbosch University, and then there's my husband, who is a, sorry, I just need to quickly cancel this, who is a viticulturist and winemaker. He actually studied at Wagenville and Chanja in Switzerland. And then we also need to look at the wine business side of the business, which includes wine tourism. And I feel that there is a link between, tourism and wine tourism, and somehow our country doesn't get that yet, which is a huge issue because it employs the sort of spin-off of wine tourism is about 295,000 people employed, so it's rather important. And I see it in my business and what a difference it makes to local economic development with the people that work for us. So I'd like to we need to bridge that gap on tourism and wine, and wine tourism. And then also obviously a little bit of sommelier training. We're doing a lot of recipe training with the front of house team, and chefs training. The chefs in South Africa don't really understand wine culture, and so that's one of the big jobs that we are doing at the moment, is educating chefs, not just in our own kitchen but actually across the country, in terms of what wine culture looks like. So the last part really is more on the administration side, and that's got to do with logistics and distribution. There we're quite strong, but I think we could definitely do with some more work on better procurement processes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, can I add one
Yes,
more
of
thing?
course. Yes, I have a question, but please continue.
I'll answer your question first.
No, with at the end of your presentation,
okay.
I can just.
So I think the main thing really is that, what we do find is that fine wine has a skills shortage worldwide. The thing that I really think is the most important thing that I'd like to pitch today to all of you, especially in academia, is a wine visa, just like a medical visa or a tech visa. I honestly believe that that would help with skills transfer development worldwide and secure the future of fine wine. And I would like to lobby for that. This would allow knowledgeable workers to move from one country to another across the hemispheres to help each other and gain new skills, and also help wine businesses around the world, because we have harvests at different times of the year. We see that skilled people are needed. Not only their technical skills, but their practical help is needed. And there's a lot of soft skills development, which dramatically changes their capacity. And I think that academic institutions may be able to help facilitate this process through, and it's not just the students, it is the students, but it's also the alumni of these programs, and how we work with sister institutions at different levels of education, including technical universities and colleges. I believe that that would fundamentally change the way people's skills develop. And a good example of this was that during lockdown, we managed to get 3 of our team that work in the front of house that come from previously disadvantaged backgrounds to work in Michelin restaurants for 3 months overseas, and just their whole outlook on life and the way that they've become self-starters and the possibilities have just opened up new horizons, and it's been incredible to see what soft skills development that has brought back in terms of their development.
Okay, thank you very much. Only it's very interesting realize how diverse is your company, and of course the skills are completely different from technical skills or marketing or operation or tourism, and how you organize the different areas inside your company, and in every different area, do you have your own program of improving skills for the people that is working with you, or not necessarily, and you receive people that is prepared for example, in the case of some technical aspects or in marketing, do you focus the skills for your needs as a company, or not necessarily?
So one of the things that we had to do during lockdown, which I think is a really useful thing to do, it's just, I'm going to answer the question, but because we actually got people to go work in other departments so that they understood what each other
Yes.
were doing, and that brought a lot of innovation actually to the team. The other thing that we did, that we've been doing a lot of work on, is obviously digital skills, digital marketing. But I mean, I feel that, when I look at the fantastic presentation that we had earlier today, and we realized just what a mammoth task it is, it's very difficult to just expect maybe 3 people to do all that work, because it is such an important part of our mission going forward. We have people working in different departments, but for me, it's about the gaps working between those departments where the innovation often lies. And so one of the things that I've done is I've set up an innovation department at Creation now, and that is sort of working across all the different areas of the business to see where the opportunities lie.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue with Luciano and Sebastian. If you can tell us exactly the same. I know that you have a little project, but I would like to know what happens with the staff do you have, and the skills do you need, or how do you improve the skills of your employees, and if you can tell the details about that questions. Luciano, please.
Well, in Antropo Wines, we have a different structure. We are much smaller. We are just 3 people working in the winery. We are 3 agronomists. And right now we hire like a person that works like in sealer hand. And also we are working with a marketing studio. The big issue that we have in here in Jujuy and it's because we don't have a large history in the winemaking industry. We fall short of trained individuals. So every human resource that works with us right now is their first time in the industry, and we have a huge challenge and responsibility in training and teaching them as much as we can. So that's the great problem that we have right now. Well, in order to solve this problem, we are working with the National University of Jujuy to have some interns from different careers in the harvest season. So we are going to have a person in the lab, another person helping us as sealer hand. That for us it's super useful. And well, for us this is important. Because we have a huge commitment in making the wine industry grow in the province. Well, the first skill that we need to have in a person that works with us is willing to work. Maybe this would sound funny, but in Argentina, this is a little bit difficult to find right now. We also need people with at least the basic knowledge in vitivinicultural labors in the cellar and in the vineyard. And this is extremely difficult to find because of the low development of the activity in Jujuy. Well, for this reason, we consider the education that is the first step that we must take in order to help this activity to grow in here. So we are a small team working in our winery right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Because the region you are developing your project, it seems that it's not easy to find people with the skills you need for very basic things like a vineyard and winery. And only a question, do you work directly with them in order to improve the skills of the people that's collaborating every year, for example, in the vineyard or in the winery? Because you said that you have some interns from the universities, but that kind of people is normally well prepared from the universities, but not necessarily the rest of the team. What do you do, or how do you work with those kind of people in order to improve their skills?
Well, yeah, this is going to be the first year that we are going to have an intern. So the idea is to start like prepare people to do this work. But I was going to speak a little bit later about this. We are also working with small producers, small grape producers and wineries. In Jujuy, just for you to know, we have 13 wineries, so it's a small industry, but there are like a lot of small producers, and we are working with them and also with the university in order that they can become more professional in what they are doing, and also teaching them how to work in the vines and in the cellar.
Okay, thank you very much, Luciano. And considering this, Josep Maria and Joan Michels, how you can compare the situation in South Africa or in Jujuy in Argentina with the reality you have in Tarragona region?
In Tarragona, the vast majority of the wineries are family owned. Yeah. And to the employers is dedicated basically in the vineyard or the growing vines, the cultivars. And the owner is usually dedicated to the elaboration and the sales and the reception of this. And it's the vast majority of the wineries. Occasionally, sometimes these wineries can hire external consultants for the elaboration. Also, some bigger companies like or cooperatives hire specific employers to elaborate and to the reception visits and to sales. This is the nature of the wineries of appellation.
But
the relationship with the employers.
Okay, and that's a general reality, or there are different sites?
Mass majority is a family owned, and the employers is basically dedicated to the vineyards. And the owners dedicate to elaboration also, and to the visitor reception, wine tourism, and also for the sales. And occasionally, sometimes hire employer, consultant employer to a specific operation.
Okay.
That
is very familiar.
Yes. Well, although bigger companies, but is not the majority employer, specific employer of which area.
When you talk about family companies,
Yes.
they are the winemakers and the viticulturists are
the
people.
same.
It's the same.
It's the same.
It's somebody that have studied in order
Yes.
in viticulture.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. They have the professional skills in order to
Okay.
to produce the wine or to manage the vineyard.
The new generation is also enologists.
Okay.
Studying in the university.
It's very well prepared at the university level.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And in your case, can you tell us your experience in the area of
I would say
Catalonia? I don't
just
know.
I would say Catalonia, but also at Spanish level. The majority of the companies, I would say 85% or something like that, are familiar companies. So I think something related to that wine was before to be a business was something that was drunk. So people drink wine and so produce wine for themselves and suddenly became a business. So majority of the Spanish companies are small companies. So mainly they manage the vineyard and manage the cellar. Also, it's quite common, I would say, that to hire someone for the wine to manage the winemaking or to help in the winemaking. But slowly is what I was explaining. The family also manage the winemaking. That is something nice too, and because the new generations usually study in the university and are taking abilities on wine science, vineyard science, or and yeah, I think this is quite common now. And in general, Spain has a very few quantity of a very big companies, and the majority of them, but the majority is more than 80%. The companies are family farms, and after besides that, there is also quite a small quantity, but a little bit more than the big, from medium-sized wineries that usually are also from families, but sometimes also for which share split the property between people, and yeah, it's quite common.
Yes, and I would like to continue with you. What happens with the Spanish or the Catalonian? I don't know what you prefer, universities, because you have been a dean in the Faculty of Enology. And what happens with the relation and the collaboration with between universities and the industry, what do you think, or what do you feel about this collaboration in the different? It can be very bad. Do you think so? But it's something that happens in Rioja.
I think that in general, there's different behaviors in different parts of Spain.
Okay.
For example, I can say that in Rioja, an enologist is considered someone who has a status. And the companies respect them, and it's on the contrary, here in Catalonia, it's not, I would say it's not the same. So we have not a lot of, we have some companies that help us a lot, that help the universities and work together with the university that take our students for sure. For taking students, there's no problem because in the hardest period, they need people, they need to hire people, and so students are good professionals. But yeah, some companies we work very well with them, but there's others that don't do that. So it's quite complicated. But yeah, in general, I think that I would say 50% here in Catalonia. People that want to be in contact with the university and learn from us and work together to have.
And specifically, José María, you think that in Tarragona, do you have Tarragona Protected Origin Denomination? Do you have a good relation with the universities like Rovira y Virgili, or not necessarily?
Yes. The DO participates in research projects.
Okay.
And involve the winners of the
project. Okay.
And also the winners receive students, internal students during the formation. And the winners and the employers attend specifics and thematic course and offer the university or the other administrations.
Okay. Do you receive some courses for people in order to improve skills from the people that is working nowadays in your companies? Okay, so it's a close relationship in different ways.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what happens with South Africa reality with Stellenbosch and other universities of South Africa?
I was going to tell you about some of the challenges, but I'm going to skip that quickly. And I'm going to go to, so we are really fully committed to participating and supporting any leading scientific and academic initiatives in our industry, because obviously we want to improve our industry, not only for ourselves, but actually for our region and for our country, and actually in terms of global fine wine. So we're working with the Climate project, our global climate change project, spearheaded by Stellenbosch University at the moment, with Verna. And we're working with Stellenbosch on the Vita Global project, which is wonderful. And we see the benefits of that and the information flow and many other things, which is also wonderful. That's on viticulture and enology, obviously. The VitiTech Gen Z project, which involves experimental planting of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir to establish clones and root stocks best suited to mitigate climate change. And we're also working with occupational therapists on preventative health and safety issues, as well as with naturopaths, nutritionists, psychiatrists, psychologists, and doctors from as far afield as like Dr. Lauren Boynton, who's a nutritionist and associate professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at the University of Washington. So for us, we also work with Cape Town University on a nutrition program, which is an outreach program such as Eat Better South Africa to improve the health of our team and our region. And with Stellenbosch University Business School to solve marketing problems with other universities from around the world. And we collaborate with Stellenbosch University and organizations, learning institutions such as Shanja on explaining the benefits of exchange programs to government officials and to consulates. So we are very keen to work on all of these things. I think for us it is essential to marry academic studies to practical education. And maybe that's the next question that you haven't asked that you want to ask other people.
Okay, thank you very much. And to Luciano and Sebastian, you said that you received some interns. One, you received your first intern this year, but do you have more collaboration with the universities from the region or Argentina in general, like Cuyo or other universities in the country?
Well, yeah, we are extremely lucky because we are working with several universities in the world. First of all, we are working with the National University of Jujuy, so we would like to thank Bettina, Claudia, and Sandra. We've been involved in several courses and postgraduate courses, and we are also working as advisors in an enological center that belongs to the university, whose main objective is to work with local grape producers and winemakers. The idea is to help them to increase the quality of their products, give them information about credit lines, help them with the legal part related to the wine industry, and giving them the formalities so they can be introduced to the legal system of wine selling. You can find the wine in every place. Well, for us in Antropo, the education in every level is super important. That's why we are also working in elementary schools. We are participating in courses where the idea is that young people can be interested in this activity. Well, Antropo Wines is always open for every activity in the university. We have done some visits with local producers and professionals that wanted to learn more about how we make wine. Well, we are super glad because we are starting to work with the University of Bordeaux, and we would like to give a special thanks to Philippe Gallucci. We are starting to do some great things, I think, so it's an honor for us. And well, we as member of the winery staff, we are also students of the Master in Viticulture and Enology of Uncuyo, and we are also working very close with Natalia and Jimena. We are trying to make this activity to grow in here, and we have taken, in fact, we have taken one of the modules of the Vita Global Program, the Sparkling Wines module with Joan Miquel, and well, the idea is to like give the same module in the university. So yeah, we are working with a lot of places.
Okay, I realize that you're a very little company, but very active with many different universities all over the world, not necessarily Jujuy. It's very nice, and you collaborate in different ways. You give some support to the university, the local university, and do you receive support from other universities abroad or as a part of this international project? It's really interesting because probably it's related with the energy you have in your project. For all of you, I would like to know, of course, it's very important to continue with this kind of relations between the universities and the industry about how it's possible or how we could strengthen the industry and academic relationship in order to improve. If you can start, it could be interesting because probably there are many ways to do that, and depends on the region, because we realize that each region, each country has a different way of working. Please, Caroline.
Just before I start, I also want to thank Jimena and Philippe and say that we are also working on some projects. We started to work on some projects now, which is very exciting. I think that's what I was saying about marrying academic studies to practical education. That's so important. Students definitely become more engaged with their studies if their theories are applied. And so therefore it's so important that we look at the practical aspect of the academic studies. We also believe that through this process, they might discover an area of business which really excites them the most. And this can also contribute to the sustainability of fine wine, whether it's soil science or business economics. Ideally, it would be good to develop a dual system of education through the study period and not just maybe in part of it. Also make sure that we follow up that with postgraduate studies as well. So during the undergraduate as well as postgraduate, and then actually just in terms of continuous career development throughout their lifespan, to be honest with you. So maybe some of those modules that they can just go and do that you were talking about as they go through their careers. I think that the industry-academic relationships in the sector are important, and it's really about exchange of ideas, which is what we've been doing in the last couple of days, which is so incredibly exciting, and about how we develop new initiatives, and most importantly, innovation in the industry, with new thinking from both academic institutions as well as from the private sector. Yeah, for me, it's really about that continuous professional development of the team. And I was just asking Jamila if she could share something interesting with my team that she's worked on, whether some of the modules are not, if we could just extend the modules from not only academic institutions and sort of coaching the trainers, if you like, but also, and not only just the students and the postgraduate students, but actually if we could extend some of those modules to the private sector, it would be so wonderful, and we could definitely do those online. My team would be very excited to have some of the modules that are available on offer. I think, you know, that links to that continuous professional development of the staff. And also, there's a lot of work that we need to do on our part as well as the private sector. And we need to create that culture of continuous incremental professional career development, and we need to reach out to all of the institutions as well and do our part. It's not only, it's like, you know, important that it's a virtuous circle. I think, you know, it's also about focusing on staff training and hospitality. At the end of the day, if we don't have customers, and, you know, wine tourism is an important part of that, you need to make sure that we do the reverse engineering from the consumer all the way back to the vineyards. So I think that that's a very important thing that we have to think about. And I think the international exchange program could really help for that. And I mean, it is a massive issue in South Africa to get visas. It might be fine if you're in the European Union, but to kind of do all this work between each other, but it's a nightmare if you're coming from our country and you actually want to go and work in France or somewhere where they might really need your help, because they just might need some more hands on deck and some enthusiasm, which we have plenty of as South Africans. I think also food and wine culture crosses all international borders and broadens our horizons of thinking. And I think that that's a beautiful part of wine tourism as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. The same question: how do you think it could be possible to improve this relationship between the industry and the universities? I think it's especially in the region of Tarragona, but in general, if you can tell your vision of Spain, that I think it could be very useful from the whole territory.
Okay. Well, the first one, first is creation of more courses that are linked with the needs of the wineries. Also, improve the contact of the students with the wineries, not on the end of the grades, if not along with the students. Like, for example, the winter master, no? They have different internships along the 2 years in the studies. There's different internships. That is the most I want to propose.
Okay.
For doing improve the relationship with the academics students.
I think that to improve the relationship between companies and the university or the academia in general, I think that it's necessary that the companies have the vision that the next professionals they will have will come from the university. So if they are aware of that, I think the relationship will improve. The problem is that sometimes there is a short vision. I'm a little bit negative, I know, but there is because we've been during 8 years and I have seen something. And but one of the problems, especially in the small companies, is that they don't have this long-term vision, and they don't see that this point. But I think that this point, because academia, most of the academia is motivated to improve and to create the best professionals they can. And so if the companies put this confidence, and work together, helping, taking students, having visits. That is not a lot more. So, but yeah, sometimes it seems that people are not aware of that.
But what do you think about something that happens normally from the universities in this case, that we create our problems that without enough information about what are the needs from the industry? Do you think that at this moment they are well connected in order that
Yes.
our problems will be really focused on the necessities of the industry, or not necessarily?
I think that in general, it's very difficult to talk just by
It's only because sometimes you hear from the industry that we are not really focused in the needs from the private sector, and that's
in general. Yeah, in general, I think that when we design a program, well, the proof of that is the modules we have. The modules we have is a reflex of what we know, and it's a reflex of what the companies need to.
Yes.
And so I think that this connection is a good one. So when we prepare a program, it's true that sometimes the academia tends to respect the percentages of the different areas, because everyone has to have part of the cake. But in general, I think that we cover and if not, we don't cover. We are not static state programs. We introduce changes, and one of the good things of Colombia, for sure, is that the programs could change. There are optional subjects that you could change and you could improve, and so everyone can. I can put an example for example, in our university, we introduce a subject about beer production. So and why? Well, we have a master that covers this aspect, and then we ask to the students technology, and they say yeah, and then we try. What we do is we try, and if it's have success, it remains. If not, we quit the subject. And this subject is one of the most demanded. So, yeah, just an example. Also, for example, with the tourism.
Yeah, that's a good example for the necessity for the industry. And in the case of Argentina and Jujuy, Luciano and Sebastian, how to improve the relation that you have? That it seems that it's very active. But how do you feel it could be possible to improve that relation in order to have more support in your case as a company?
Well, yeah, for us, it's super important to strengthen the relationship between these two parts. In fact, we are members of both sides, the industry and the academics. And well, I think that what Joan Miquel said a few moments ago is right. We need to understand that education is the base to grow, to help this industry to grow. Well, we believe that through these links between the private sector and the academics, we can have students and young people that have new employment possibilities in an area that is growing extremely fast here in Jujuy and needs employees the entire year. Also, by connecting both parts, we are going to be able to get scientific information about our vineyards, grape, and wines. This is something that we don't have right now in Jujuy, so that's why we are also working with Uncuyo and Bordeaux. And well, we think that this could be done by increasing agreements between the National University of Jujuy, Bordeaux, Uncuyo, and I know the universities in Spain, the universities all over the world and other universities with the industry, like we are doing right now, and also by giving courses, postgraduate courses, and increasing the educational offer and information about the wine industry.
Educational offer and scientific information, two aspects that are very, very important. We have time for some questions from the audience. If you have any question, I don't know if...
I don't have a question. Here we have an example. The three persons, both from Argentina, Maximiliano, Sebastián, and Luciano. They are former students for the program master in Puyo. And the other student, when we changed the program, we Vita. But when we change the program and we incorporate models, international models, we become professional program with academia, we took another side, we are more professional programs. The industry was more interested to took the care of the studies of former study, and that we say that young people like Luciano, Santiago, or even Maximiliano, who was the previous president of Argentina, who decided to say, okay, now I want to do your program because you changed. How we changed? The faculty decided to do the program under the rules of Argentina. The first thing we made with Jimena and Natalia was a focus group with the industry. We call all industry and say, okay, if you're interested in a program on a university, what is the type of the type of student you need, or what type of program you need as an industry? And we refer to industry and we change our program. So it's possible. And here we have an example. Here is now we are person are speaking to us from the industry, and now they're also former students. So it's really interesting because we are giving an answer to industry with programs like the background. So and help to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, comment.
Or question.
So just two brief comments to illustrate how in the frame of Vita there was an opportunity to create specific interactions between creation, was a nice work. So this will be I think a nice opportunity to create collaboration with the Sustainable University and creation in order to characterize within specificities, competencies that university of specificity of 1 year they will have challenge for 1 year and much deeper level. We will use this so this is one first example, and the second one is with the channel and Sebastian. And I think it's a very nice opportunity and example where we can also share specificities and competencies. I mean, cutting edge competencies of universities like on some elements and so on, and use very specific plant resources that are owned by companies and for future assessment usually. And in this case, furthermore, there's also the opportunity to create a link between University of Bordeaux through a master, and this will be coordinated by me, but this will be hosted by the University of Puyo, and Luciano will be doing facilitated. So that's a very nice way to see the collaboration between academics, individual academics, and
Many thanks. Any question or comment? Yes, Nicholas.
No, just to speak in English in this point. Just to add up to what Philip has said, I think this is very important. And it's a very nice panel. And one of the things that we tried to do from the Global Organization was in the panel before, the notion of community was stressed. And this is what we are trying to promote. transversal community factors around one economic sector. Lo que estoy diciendo es que un poco la vocación de Vita Global es crear una comunidad de actores alrededor de un sistema productivo o de un producto. And in this sense, support regional population. Something that has to be stressed as well is that when Elizabeth and I started to look at this point, we realized that the wine sector is very small and everybody knew Pierre Louis and some people. So how to build up bridges between people that are already working. So we decided to start looking at specific areas like the north of Argentina. The University of Chile and the University of Cuyo don't need us to create we look at Georgia and how to bridge Georgia and Georgian particularities of the Georgian industry with some knowledge that you might have in Chile. So creating that community was extremely important. Having the opportunity to give some chances. So the fact that some people from a small winery in Jujuy will be trained in Bordeaux, that will probably repercute not only in their capacity, but in the capacity that we can create in a small wine area in the north of Argentina. Having the chance to experiment Caroline's project has been extremely enriching for us to understand the type of potentiality that the project like this has. So, to summarize, the general idea is how to address industry and academia together from our perspective by generating a community of factors that can exchange from a very equal point of view, transversal way, the skills and needs, and build up together solutions for the future.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question or comment, if not. Yes, of course. This is the micro.
Unless somebody else wants a question, I don't want to. But I just wanted to really build on Nicholas's idea and his summary. I believe that Vita Global has a perfect opportunity to not only share best practices worldwide, but to drive innovation solutions, which is very exciting, because that's what I've seen over the last few days. I also believe that the global focus should be on linking the vine-to-wine process and reverse engineering the consumer's experience. And that will raise the profile of fine wine locally and internationally, which is really important for all of us. And we should not see ourselves as competitors, but co-creators and collaborators, because collectively we can actually be really effective international ambassadors for fine wine, and that's what it's really all about.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Muchas gracias. Pero Nicolás tiene resumen. Bueno. Como responsable de la Universidad Nacional de Jujuy, del norte de Argentina, quiero destacar la incorporación de estos dos jóvenes, de Sebastián y Luciano, al proyecto y entender lo que es parte del impacto que tiene el proyecto en nuestra comunidad. Con ellos, dos jóvenes emprendedores, hemos logrado articular la academia con el espacio de producción, que me parece que es sumamente importante, y destacar la inquietud de estos jóvenes para seguir estudiando por un lado y promover innovación en la producción de vino en nuestra provincia.
Traduzco. So Bettina is saying that she's from the National University of Jujuy in the north east west of Argentina, and that she's stressing the importance from the perspective of the university to, once again, in the framework of this community, having two young entrepreneurial guys that are helping the university and working with the university and linking with a lot of innovation capacity. I add the product of the youth as well, the link between university and industry, and how this link can transform the reality, the production reality of the region. Más o menos.
Muchas gracias. Bien.
Jean-Luc.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that it's a very important point because finally it's conditioning our future. And for me, but I will talk tomorrow about the network innovative, as you know. Some of you know already the network, but in my opinion, we should try to build a consortium project. When I'm saying consortium project, I mean several consortium projects with plural, in fact, that can have specific thematics that can be inside the innovative network to develop some specificity, including academics and industry, in fact. If we are right to do that, we are stronger because inside the network, there is so many partners that you can find almost always partners that are interested in some of your projects. And this is also one of the key points. So the more we are, the stronger we are, in fact. So this is maybe the best way to try to advance. I understand that if an industrial partner is small or big, of course, it's not exactly the same thing. But if we want to have a chance, we need to try maybe to go this way. Well, this is just my idea.
Very much. Okay, we are finishing this session. I don't know if you have any comments. Two words that Caroline said, that it's relation with virtual cycle, that it's created where we have a good collaboration between the academy and the industry. And I think that this project has been very important to create this kind of tools in order to improve our relations, the relations among the universities we are participating. But besides, as we have seen with the examples that we have today with different companies, the importance of this project in the industry, and of course, we need to continue improving that relation in the future. Thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow morning in the next session. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Hello, sorry, one small logistic announcement. For those